Good morning all and welcome to my first reminder to put my microphone on. Good morning everyone and welcome to our public consultation for the 2024-34 Otago Regional Council draft long-term plan. I say draft because this part of the process is exceptionally important to us, where we get the opportunity to hear from our ratepayers and those who have submitted. And of course, we've looked at all the other submissions and heard the general feedback that we have. We're concentrating on our focus areas of environment, resilience, climate, transport, partnerships and communities, with a special focus in emphasising supporting community groups to advance environmental projects, improving our public transport networks, and trying to create a more workable and transparent rating system. Each of our submitters will be given 10 minutes to talk. We'll give you a bell at 8 minutes, just as a reminder for our councillors to be ready and armed with questions. And so that is the process for the day. So our first, we will head straight into our first submission number 383, Mr. Alex King. Alex, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor, for your introduction. So thank you to the council for the opportunity to submit on your plan. I took my responsibility as a ratepayer assistant seriously and went through it all, and I've given you my opinion, so which you can read in my submission. And I want to start off and say one of the things that's really important to me is the bus service, and can I thank the regional council for having an excellent bus service in Dunedin. I use it and I'm happy with it. Room for improvement, but it's improved a lot over the last decade or more, and it's an excellent service compared to a lot of other areas in New Zealand. So yeah, I thank you for that. And I think it's always I've been involved a little bit in public transport advocacy, and I think it always feels like it's on the cusp of really taking off, and it has been taking off already. But I think it can do even better. Like I think patronage could really explode if we keep the settings right, which we're on the right course, I believe. So I think what's important for public transport, from my point of view, is comprehensive coverage. It has to go everywhere. It has to go at all times that people want to use it. And if it meets those tests, then people have an option of going to one less car and using public transport. But if it doesn't have the comprehensive coverage, then people are just going to say, well, it probably meets 90% of my needs, but those other 10% I can't meet them, so I'm just going to stick with some other way of doing it. So comprehensive coverage, I think, is the big thing that I'd be looking for, and I'm happy that we're rolling out some extensions into the evenings on some of the routes in this long-term plan. I'd always be very happy with an increased frequency, because that's another thing. But I think increased frequency, and also I'd be happy with lower costs in terms of what the user, lower fares in terms of what the user pays. But I think actually lower fares and increased frequency are both things that are slightly more marginal than having a comprehensive coverage. So comprehensive coverage first, and if we can't do everything we want on increased frequency or lowering costs for users, that's the way it is. I mean, I think you've got to take it, and I thank you for keeping the community services card discounts there, because I think that's ultimately going to be financially beneficial to the council, because it'll enable those people to be able to you've got to set a price point where people can afford to use the service. If you do that, you get more patronage. You get, even though it's maybe pretty marginal, but it's all additional to what you would have got. So it's good to make those nuanced decisions around pricing. Just one more thing that people would request is a monthly pass sort of thing. If that could be something that could be added in there somewhere. And I'm excited about trials of new services. I tried to indicate in my submission that these things are long term. You can do a trial for 6 months, a year, 2 years, and you may or may not get much uptake on it, but over decades is where you'll see those things going. So a trial of even a year may not give you all that much great information when, as I say, it's people buy houses because it's near the bus route or whatever, and that only happens over decades. So yeah, keep going, keep improving. And I commend you for doing what you've done with Bus Super so far. In terms of the environmental stuff, I mean, I read through that stuff, and it's not my centre of focus of interest, but it seems shocking what's happening with environmental protections nationally, and I'd like the Otago Regional Council, presumably you have responsibilities for water and air quality, and I don't know if you have wider environmental responsibilities, but I think it's the time for the Regional Council to step up and start taking those responsibilities where they're being dropped by the national government, national level government. We don't want to live in a cesspool. I don't. And we're in the backdrop, of course, is planetary scale things going to crap on a longer time frame, and we just no one's particularly individually responsible for it, but that's something that we have to deal with, and it's going to affect us, and we should do what we can to protect biodiversity, to protect to not impact on biodiversity, and to not create pollution, etc. So the council needs to do what it can on those areas, and I think the fund that you're proposing is a good first step, but I think it should be even larger, and because probably there's more need, and we're losing capacity, as I say, with funding from the national government. So yeah, I support that, and in terms of the rate take, I'm happy with. I think I went on the calculator, and it was like maybe $500 annually for me, going to 600, and I thought, well, it doesn't worry me. So it goes from 500 to 600. And I think it's correctly. This is really small change for some of these things that we need to be a bit more responsible about in terms of protecting the environment. So I'm very happy with that. I wasn't keen on moving towards, and it didn't. You talk about clarifying the rates for ratepayers and making things more simple and transparent. But one of the changes I see, what I understand from what I've read, is that there's moving towards moving away from capital value charging in some areas and towards fixed charges. And I just think that's not clear in the consultation that you made. But I'm not in favour of that. I think again, it's like people, you have to, like when you're deciding on the charges that you do on buses, you have to look at people's ability to pay. And I think, but it's not a perfect measure, but by and large, people in higher value properties have a more ability to pay. And I mean, yeah. So I think, you just leave it there. So I think that's the bulk of my submission. And welcome any questions.
Thank you, Alex.
Been answered. Thank you.
Have you, Councillor, any further questions? Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
Much appreciated. Thanks for your time.
Thanks for your time.
Dave McPherson from Save Our Trains, Odipoke. And that's page 167 to 171. Good morning, sir.
Good.
Floor is yours.
Yes, it's my conductor's hat, actually. Kia ora koutou. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I've got Dave Kearns and Rebecca Hawke, who are members of our organisation, but they're also members of the Rail and Maritime Transport Union, both involved in working in the industry. And it's very important that we have industry voices as well in this discussion, we feel. But look, I want to start by saying that last week NZTA Waka Kotahi established the ground rules for funding interregional rail, some may call it long distance passenger rail, by deciding that they would fund Te Huia on the long, which is the train between Hamilton and Auckland, in the long term at 51% far rate, the same as buses and roads around the place. And they also, in the fine print, decided that that would be the long-term funding arrangement for the capital connection between Palmerston North and Wellington as well. So that's the ballpark that we're looking at, and it's something that anyone getting involved in interregional passenger rail can look to in terms of the funding the service. So that means that we think there's a realistic proposition for a council like ORC, and you'll note in our submission we're also talking to Southland and Canterbury as well, that to get the Southerner going, but in fact, the proposition today is how you prepare the groundwork for that. We're not asking you to start the train tomorrow, but we are saying now there's a realistic opportunity now. So let's do our homework so that the case that's eventually put up for passenger rail, reinstating the Southerner, for instance, is actually based on some real and accurate figures, as accurate as we can get. We're proposing that the three councils, probably, to be honest, spearheaded by the ORC, since you're in the centre, and I think there's more intention and public involvement here, that you actually will lead that. But we're looking at the re-establishment of a scoping study that looks at the re-establishment of the Southerner, but also the possibilities for commuter rail. And there is also a proposition floating around Dunedin, as you've probably heard, for Mosgiel to Dunedin, perhaps up to Port Chalmers type shuttle service as well. And equally in Christchurch, similar proposition. And we're suggesting that be funded to the tune of approximately $170,000. We think that's realistic based on an earlier scoping study in the Waikato that was done about 8 years ago for $100,000 with NZTA support, I might add, funding support. And that the share of that money be about half for Otago Southland and about half for Canterbury, and that it be charged to households in the urban areas that are going to be within reach of potential railway stations, and that a rate of $1.20 per household just for 1 year be charged in places like Dunedin, Balclutha, Oamaru, logical places for stations like that, which would collect about $66,000 of that 170,000, and then more obviously from Southland and from Canterbury as well. We won't go into the details of that. I just want to ask Dave to talk about the sort of how realistic, how possible it is for trains to operate in the current rail network environment.
Thanks, Dave. Kia ora koutou. As Dave said, Rebecca and I are members of the Rail and Maritime Transport Union, so I'm speaking as a member, and I'm the chairman of the Otago Rail branch of that union. And I'm also an engine driver based in Dunedin, so we go up and down the track from here between Tamarua and Invercargill and out to Tairi. Yeah, just in terms of, I guess, network capacity, there's been comments in the past from people who don't support interregional or commuter rail coming back here, that the line is so busy with freight, particularly Port Chalmers to Mosgiel, that it would be difficult to fit passenger in between. But I can assure you that in the 1980s, there were in excess of 20 trains going each way per day in and out of Dunedin, freight trains, plus the Southerner, plus commuters or subbies. There's now 4 trains per 24 hours between Dunedin and Invercargill, and 3 between Dunedin and Christchurch, plus the operations that Dunedin Rail carry out and our shunters. So if anyone tells you in the near future that that will be difficult to fit in timetabling wise, what they're really saying is there's some reason they don't want to do it. They're too lazy or they can't figure out a timetable. So for interregional rail here, there would be no, in my opinion, there would be no upgrades required to our signalling or infrastructure. We do not have the double line between St Leonards and Mosgiel that was there at that time. But if you look at the numbers that are running, it's not necessary. For commuter rail Mosgiel to Dunedin, it would be ideal to have a small infrastructure upgrade, i.e. extending the signalling at Mosgiel by 200 or 300 metres, which is running a bit of fibre cable and moving the signal down, so that freight trains wouldn't be held up down at Henley or further south while the passenger was running around for a few minutes. I mean, and from the RMTU perspective, we would like to see some joined up thinking between the stakeholders, for want of a better word, the workers, the people that would catch the train, the group that's advocating for this, the various local and regional governments, so that, you know, the reasons for interregional and commuter rail were strong for 100 years until the 80s and 90s. They're even stronger now with the environmental issues that have become much more urgent. So, you know, when people come from overseas and say, get to Dunedin and say, where are the passenger trains? We feel a bit helpless, and what do we say to them? It just makes sense. Happy to answer any other stuff if it comes up. Thank you.
I'll just ask Rebecca to briefly address some of the issues about passenger rail and the benefits.
Yeah, kia ora koutou. I'm part of the RMTU Transport Union. I'm also the secretary for the Otago Rail branch and also a shunter in Dunedin. Yeah, you look how popular the theme trains are with Dunedin Rail at the moment. And a lot of days you can't even get a ticket because they're all sold out. And anybody that I talk to on the street, because they know I work for I'm a shunter in Dunedin, they always are asking me, when is the Southern Rail coming back? When are the passenger trains coming back? It just makes sense. Talk about sustainability, talk about low emissions, putting people on trains and getting cars off the road. Just makes sense for going forward. And also, you know, it's hard for families to get around and go on vacations a lot of times. With the train, they can go to Invercargill and stay the night and then come back. It's family friendly. It's like Dave said, you know, when people from overseas come over and they ask where are the commuter trains or where are the passenger trains, and there are none, you know. Around the world, any big city that you go to, it's got passenger rail. It's got some sort of rail. So I think that, in my opinion, it would do the city a world of good. And just on a last note, my Nana of 93 years old, she remembers the rail carts that used to go up to Mornington. She can remember the numbers of them and where they went and everything. And she said the train station used to be bustling, just no room to move, and it was great. And she thinks Dunedin is going backwards. She said, you know, she thinks that we need to get the trains back on the roads and get the cars off, because it was such a good time back in their era, and she thinks that, you know, it should come back.
Thank
It
you.
needs to come back.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Excellent. Any questions? Ryan?
It was interesting your phrase, trains on the roads, but do you have a feel of what the cost would actually be, you know, to go to Invercargill? Have you run any of those numbers?
We've run the numbers and it's not a scientific survey. That's what we want the study to have a look at.
Yeah.
But we've had a look at, based on what they charge for the two services, long distance services in the North Island, not the tourist trains, the Tuhuia and the Capital Connection. And we believe between here and Christchurch should be somewhere between $50 and $60. And that's assuming that 51% subsidy I mentioned, plus a regional council collected contribution, like is collected for buses at the moment, of that sort of percentage order. So that's where we're getting those figures from. It would be less than that, obviously, to Invercargill from here.
And one up from Tim.
Yeah, I had a trip on the one of the trains up to Oamaru and back recently. It was great. I really enjoyed it. But the things really slowed down when you got to sort of Warrington and ended up coming around that Purakanui area. And it seemed to me that that's sort of a bit of a bottleneck. What are your thoughts about that?
So that would have been like that back in the day as well. The area through just north of Warrington through Seacliff to Poketaraki is on unstable ground, and I think it lines up with that kind of bit in that dip in the Kilmog that's always quite patchy. There's a kind of a clay greasy back thing underneath. So there used to be a track gang permanently stationed up there because the track moved nearly after each freight train, and they were there to visually monitor it and fix it if needed. That's been stabilised a lot now, but there's still a 30 km/h restriction through that area, and it probably won't go away. But having said that, I forgot to mention before, a version of the Southerner that comes back in the near future probably wouldn't be a locomotive hauled carriage train. It may be, but the overall time from here to Christchurch would be quicker than it is now on a traditional carriage train. And even if it was, I think the time's realistic to Christchurch. With a hybrid or a modern version of a rail car, it would be a lot quicker. But yeah, that section it's also the most scenic. Here to Oamaru and north out of Port Chalmers in particular is very scenic, as we know.
And those North Island trains also face slow movement through Auckland and through Wellington. As they caught behind the metro trains there, the fastest speed that they can go is when they're out in the country, and it'll be the same here.
Magic. Thanks very much, Dave and Rebecca. All the best. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Where can I buy your hat?
That was bought in Portsmouth.
And next will be Paul Pope from the Otago Peninsula Community Board, and that would page 12 and 13. He's not here. Right here, we have Barry Williams. Can't see behind this big pole. Barry's not here.
Not the tournament.
No. Reese is not here.
Can't you stay all day, Ross?
Yes.
Oh, can't you stay all day, Ross?
Yes, that was Friday morning. That was,
No,
that
it's
was
not.
probably
It's not.
like scarier than I thought it might have been. But cool, I'm just
Yeah, duped
quite
by
a cool view
late
at the top.
marketing. Can't believe how trust is here.
It's good fun.
Dunedin Tracks
Yeah, that's
Network
right.
Trust is here.
Did anyone check it out?
Yeah, we will.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think so.
Oh,
Yeah.
How much did you raise?
Dunedin Tracks Network Trust.
Um,
You feel like having a yap?
personally, I think
Be really good.
600
Name and shame him for wearing.
So Otago Community Board are unable to present, and Barry Williams hasn't arrived as yet.
That's good. He'll get here. We'll just skip and go to
Bit rushed, are you, Rachel?
Hi, good, how are you?
Yeah, I think we.
So we're going to Dunedin.
Dunedin Trust,
Steakhouse,
Trust.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry, yeah.
and we might go back to.
Yeah, just a
Normally on the Suzuki one, yeah?
Oh, that's
I
nice.
think.
page 219 to 225.
Yeah, it's managing to,
Yes.
I've asked him to lose weight because it's long.
they've done fabulously.
I need to go.
Yes,
You look
yes,
great, eh?
yes.
Probably all right. I had a printing thing.
Oh, that's right. Those are really easy. Another one was the big one. Other one was the big one, they've done page one.
Last time we can have the map open.
Right. Excellent. You just introduce yourself would be really, really good. So we've got the names and we have 10 minutes. We'll give you a wee bell at 8 minutes just to remind us all that we're still enjoying what you're saying, but we've got a 10-minute limit. That'd be great. Thank you.
I'm Paul Coffey, I'm the chair of the trust.
You're a Davey Natus trustee and employed.
Rachel Elder, passionate trails advocate and member of the trust.
Thank you. The floor is yours.
Okay, our intention is not to take up your 10 minutes. We hope to get through this a bit quicker. And we realise there are no slides, but we want you to picture the slides, and we've got a series of eight of them, in fact. Okay, so thank you for hearing us today. As you've heard us in the past, so I'm sure you're not unfamiliar with our story. The document being handed around, I think we want you to turn to page 7 because that is where the map is. 10, page 10, sorry. And that's actually our first slide. So the first slide of this PowerPoint shows the layers of this connections that we want to provide for Dunedin. On our borders are 3 great rides. The rides from Alps to Ocean, the Clutha Gold and the Central Otago Rail Trail. We also want to put a further great ride in, which would be a ride along the coast from Blackhead basically right through to Portobello. So that would be our other ride, and that's split into 2 things. So the role of this trust is to put that infrastructure on the ground. That's what we want to do with your support of Central, the DCC and philanthropic funders. The second slide would show you a layer of pest control and weed management. These trails will provide access for those things to happen, for the volunteer groups to get in easier and quicker into those areas.
The third slide is a layer of biodiversity planting along these trails, mostly completed by local volunteers and trusts like the Southern Lakes Trust. At the moment, the Motu the sand dunes are being planted beside the Motu ride. So all in our Haringa trails have enabled huge amounts of native plantings. The fourth slide is an active transport link. The vision is that Otago could have the longest and largest off-road trails network in the Southern Hemisphere, with 7 great night rides being able to be connected through an active shared off-road trail across the region. This would be over 1,000 k's long. It means that all the communities have active transport for their communities, like Waikouaiti to Karatani, Warrington to Waititi, Outram to Mosgiel, but also I see people biking into Cromwell for work. So it's a huge network and a fantastic vision. The fifth side is the economic benefit, and we've just listened to Christine Angus. Cycle tourists are reported to be high value tourists, spending at least $200 more a day than other tourists, and they tend to stay longer, at least 1 or 2 days longer. Tourism New Zealand predict that cycle tourism will grow from 1 billion per annum, and that's the analysis of the Ngā Haringa trials to 2.3 billion in the next 10 years. And Dunedin needs to be ready to benefit from this network.
So the sixth slide or the sixth layer is now the person sitting on the bike doing the trail and the cost benefit of building the cycle infrastructure. And there's the economic benefit, the active transport layer, the cost benefit, the figure that's bandied around is between $10 and $25 of benefit per dollar spent, and a lot of that's in the health industry. It's the rather than the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff, we're putting systems in place to promote healthy lifestyles right at the start. The seventh slide, or the next layer, it comes out into the atmosphere essentially, and that's the carbon savings from switching people from active transport. And this relates particularly to those trails that are commuter potentially and close to the city. If we look at just the Tauri Trail and the Coastal Trail, it's about 89 kilometres of trail that can be used as commuter. And an average person who shifted travel modes from car to bike is believed to have decreased lifetime CO2 emissions by 3.2 kilograms of CO2 per day. So that's the big picture.
We haven't got great minutes yet, I don't know, but anyway, so the last slide is actually the ask, obviously. So what we would like from you is basically some background funding. It's $50,000 per annum to do the base work. So the work, if you turn the page, I think it is you get to a list of things that actually have to happen prior to us putting any shovel into the ground. So there are feasibility studies, there are business cases, there are resource consent applications to be made. There are landowner agreements to be put in place with binding long-term legal easements. There's a whole series of work that has to take place that is very, very difficult to get philanthropic funding for. They will help us when we're saying, we've got the consents, we've got the permission, we're ready to go. That's when they'll kick in. But at this phase, we don't think, well, we know that they don't want to fund that. There's a couple that will, but it's very difficult, and there's a lot of competition around the country for those. So we're seeking that support from you, as well as we're seeking a similar support from the DCC to get us up and running. We're nearly shovel ready. We're not shovel ready. We're at resource consent stage for the coastal communities from Waikati up to Orokonui. We're about to lodge that resource consent. The thing is, all right, might have gone on Friday, sorry. Okay, it is right there, ready to go. Okay, so what we also want is that around the region there are trails that aren't connected, and we are seeking a fund of $500,000 contestable throughout the region for actually putting this infrastructure in place to get the economic and health benefits that we know be available to us. That's the end of our presentation. We're really happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Yep. Andrew, then Gary.
Just with regards to where land isn't owned either publicly or by some entity that's already committed to cycle trails, i.e. private land. Can you just share with us what sort of response you normally get if you're looking for the missing link that just happens to be owned by the local farmer or lifestyle person or whatever?
Okay, so those vary from come through our property. We're really keen for you to come here, and in fact I'll start doing the digging now, to you're not coming through my land at all, you can just go away. So there's that whole range of spectrum basically. What we know that will happen, and it definitely has happened with Centro Otago rail trail, is that I've heard comments from farmers who have stood up after 3 or 4 years and said, I was wrong. I was a grumpy farmer who said this was a stupid waste of time, but I have to admit now I'm wrong. This has been the best thing for our community, and that's because the hotel will remain. Moss Hill's missing out. Middlemarch is missing out because people get to Middlemarch, get in a vehicle and go away, or they come to Middlemarch, get on a bike and go away. So their hotel isn't getting the benefits of those evening meals. They're not getting benefits of making lunches, and they're not getting any accommodation out of the trail. Even though it's one of the central and, it's known for the trail, economically, it's not doing that well because of the method of what is happening there. The tourist operators pick them up, take them away, or drop them off. So we want that link will actually help that small town in our region.
Gary.
Thanks. Paul, I think earlier you mentioned about opportunities with weed and pest control. Is that for along the trail corridor, or is it for the wider areas outside of the trail corridor?
We would hope for wider areas outside the corridor, but it gives easy access. So most of this will be built at 2 to 2.5 meters wide. It will take the four-wheeler, so that the people trying to get into those areas can get in there quicker and easier and have a longer day on site.
So we take small vehicles, but not contractors with utes. So
No, I don't think none of our bridge infrastructure will be built for utes. Yeah,
But a bit like a quad bike, really.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, great. No, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Thanks very much for coming.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. And thanks for the booklet.
I'll let you know if I see anyone.
And since it's not there.
No, it wasn't that head, it was the other one.
This is not the one.
Like Gordon this afternoon, if they're ever available to fill up spots. So on Zoom.
Would be good if we could.
It's a little bit late. Sorry. Yeah, I'm on Dunedin Tunnels Trails Trust, that's why I sat back from that last one.
Do you think we should mute
The previous one is
Yeah.
regional land transport. Which I'm here on here.
Yeah.
The tunnels is on Lakeland.
We're just going to mute the chamber and talk. We're just going to grab some more people.
Yeah, just a little there, Jim. Take a step aside.
Oh, I'm not presenting, I'm just a poster holder.
Let's do it. We could do that for you, Bill.
Good morning. The floor is yours, sir.
Yeah, get a tissue first. A bit early, I was on at 10, right?
Oh, yep, look, you're so early, it's exceptional. So,
I'm being hurried.
no, you just take your time.
I will.
Yeah, that's good.
We'll walk in the lane. I'm used to standing up and waving my arms around, so this is gonna go.
Allowed to stand up though, they wanted.
Yeah, if you wish to stand, Jim, just whatever
That was
suits.
it.
Right, what do you want to do with the posters? Just,
Just when I'm relevant, Jane.
okay.
Okay, we're on. Here and
10 minutes are yours, sir.
thank you. So I'm Jim Young, 40 years teaching science, various places. Presently occupied with predator trapping in the Catlins on a weekly basis. Rats and stats maybe. Also ambulance officer and have a native plant nursery. So we grow from native plants to grow for sales and raising money for buying traps and things like that. When you travel south of the Catlins and you head through Papatawai and you climb up the hills and you get to Florence Lookout, everybody know where Florence Lookout is? You look south over the Tatuku Beach, 3 kilometres of pristine sand. Turn your eyes inland and you've got a valley over the top of the education centre down there, the adventure centre. The whole of that valley there is part of a Tatuku restoration project. Forest and bird owned 550 hectares of it. You look at that forest and you think, great, pristine, tick it off, biodiversity, done. You get inside the forest and it's hammered. Pigs and deer, goats are trashing the place. I had a series of slides and I'll maybe get a way of sending them to you, but the deer are stripping the undergrowth on the flats of the Fleming River there. It's a desert. There's hardly a seedling in sight, and if there is, it's likely to be a pepper tree or a stinkwood. Totally unpalatable. There's no seedlings growing on the ground at all. It is totally ploughed by pigs. And there are little isolated pockets of recovering Rimu and Miro and things like that. But even on the hills, the pigs are now digging. They're digging in places that you wouldn't be allowed to plough. It's too steep. But the pigs are able to plough it up very effectively. They're ring barking the deers, particularly ring barking trees. And
Yeah.
so we send you some slides somehow. I can work out how to send it to your guys, but the trees are totally ring barked. Even if they're half ring barked, they'll still die anyway because of infection. You've got proof of all this, of course, that if you can exclude the deer, then there's recovery. We set up exclosures, 6 metre by 6 metre deer fence, also 1 metre by 1 metre with a mesh over the top as well to exclude things like possums. And after 8 years, it's waist deep in seedlings, and the area beside it has seedlings this big, get eaten every year. It's not pristine forest. Those exposures are all over the Catlins, in fact, and they're full of much, much taller plants because they've been there for 20 years. The adjacent farms are getting ploughed as well. The deer probably spending most of their nutrition is probably obtained from the nearby farms because there's bugger all left in the forest. And every farmer I meet, especially the ones adjacent to the bush, just says, you know, it's too much. And the pigs are ploughing the land as well. One of the things that's probably not so obvious is the amount of erosion that takes place. On the hills, it's ploughed, there's no undergrowth, there's no root, the roots aren't there to hold the ground. On the flats where it's a floodplain, so it floods right across in a decent rain. Because it's ploughed, because there's no ceilings, it just comes up to the river, silts up the river, goes to sea, silts up the sea, penguins can't go to sea, too cloudy, can't see what they're doing. Not to mention erosion settling out onto kelp beds and things like that. It's a problem. So what's the solution? Well, it's pretty easy, isn't it? You kill them all. Not going to happen. Can't happen. It's just too difficult. But there's probably 5,000 there. And the numbers need to be reduced. So in the last 3 years, Forest and Birds, South Togo, Dunedin and Southland, who manage the Forest and Bird area, have expended it into, well, probably in the last 4 years, we've had some good funding from Jobs and Nature. The project, Taituka Restoration Project, has been going for 8 years. We've got 60 kilometres of trap lines plus 1,200 traps. So it's a 7K trap line, but there's others where we've got employees, which not very often we have employees in Forest and Bird, but we have people to shoot, people to trap, check, and we also set up some exclosures to try and capture deer and pigs. So in larger numbers, throw a sheep carcass in there and get them coming in, and then hopefully dropping the trap and shooting them. So, you know, we've got 272 deer, it's all logged in Trap NZ, 272 deer in the last couple of years, 169 pigs. With 5,000 deer, half of them female, half of the females have offspring once a year. You can do the numbers. We're not really keeping up. It would be nice to say in 3 or 4 years of good funding, we start to see some seedlings. But not yet, and not for a while, I'd say. Perhaps not until even more work is done. You know, we've got 3,000 rats and we've got 500 stoats as well. But unless we look after the forest, the future forest, the one that's only this big, that will be way bigger, it's a dying forest. It might die in 200 or 300 years. Or it's going to be a pepper tree forest. And there are some big, tall pepper trees of 8 to 9 metres high. So, under the present and proposed pest management plan, there's no change to the management of pigs, deer, and other browsing pests that I can see. It's only in small, site-led areas where there's any restriction on these pests. Pigs, deer, other browsing pests need to be treated the same as rabbits and wallabies throughout the Catlins, not just in the Taituka Restoration Project. They need to be compulsorily removed from land that people own. And maybe we consider making Catlins or parts of Catlins or whatever a site-led project. So, you know, a couple of little dots around Dunedin, one over in Queenstown, it's not a lot. If you're proclaiming environment as one of the segments of your long-term plan, and I know there's other things happening as well, but Catlins is sort of a bit of a special place. Not much down the east coast like it. Travel through farmland all the way. Is that 10 minutes? Or?
That's 8.
No? It's 8, is it? Right. Okay. The benefits. So yes, a site-led project would be great. And then work from there to exactly what can be done. Now, Jobs and Nature funding runs out next year, by the way. And we can't go back. Like, you can't stop, well, we'll just stop for a couple of years, haven't got any funding, boop, it's all gone backwards. So the benefits, well, there's obvious benefits to the forest. There's obvious benefits for things lived in the forest. And we can still get the rats and stoats, the rats and stoats as much as we can. The farm productivity will increase. Farmers will be much happier. Erosion reduction, pretty obvious. Get some seedlings into the flats. Slow down the rivers, slow down the on-flow from that. So we're talking about all the rivers in the Caplins, it's the same problem. And there's other projects going on in the Caplins. So river care, possum control groups starting up, and the Hokanui Runanga are doing extensive trapping just bordering on us and going south. So we've done a lot of work to try and get collaboration with all the farmers, but we perhaps need a little bit more help. So I'm asking you for some more help in terms of site-led project. Maybe. Any questions? Not much time for it.
Councillor Scott.
I keep hearing about how expensive food is in the supermarkets, et cetera, and you've got this area full of venison and pork.
I know we're going.
Why isn't the local, why are you encouraging the local community to get in there and sort it out?
A good number of those 272 deer have gone to food banks.
Yeah, I'm talking about the rest of the 5,000.
Hunters, you don't need to be a hunter to catch deer. You step out of your car 5 minutes on a sweet paddock or a bit of open ground and you can pop a deer. You don't need to be a hunter. You just need to be a shooter.
Oh, well, sounds pretty easy
then. And you need to have the right shooters. Now there's a walking track in there, right? So it's managed by shooters. So one of our employees is a shooter and he knows other people who are shooters who will trust. And we're doing as much as we can, and other hunters are going in there, of course, so that's not the total number lost. Does that answer your question?
Councillor Methven.
So we are doing as much as we can. Yeah. One more?
Yeah, Jim, really admire the work you're doing down there. You said that Forest and Bird own that reserve, 500 hectares.
550 hectares is part of the 3,000 or 4,000 hectare Tautuka restoration project. So Franny Cunningham, the leader of the project, has gone out to the neighbours, DOC, Murrayland, private landowners. So we've made up a project that's much bigger than the 550 hectares. That's just the core of it.
So in terms of your pest management, have you considered a 1080 drop?
We've managed to get in the back of a 1080 drop in the Beresford, and we got a knockdown. And 6 months later,
What do you mean by that? It was refused, you say?
Sorry?
You said it got knocked down?
Sorry. We knocked down the predators.
Oh, right.
1080 knocked down the predators. Because it didn't touch the deer at all, because the drop is too low to. There might be the odd one that sort of thinks these are really yummy and gets to eat 5 or 6 or 7 of the pellets, but mostly not, because they're told not to go and eat it in the meantime. Yeah, so that's a possibility, and we're okay with that. But really, it's got to be almost on a 2-year basis, and it might be $18 a hectare, or you go times 3,000, and someone's got to find some money. So Forest and Birds volunteer organisation. Okay. We need some extra help from somewhere, and I have suggested that. Stop a minute. that the funding was set aside for what, $500,000 for environment or something like that. Needs to be 2 million, and spread it across the whole. Don't just hit the locals, because we haven't got a big population. Water Capita Wise is going to pay for it. So we've got to spread it across the whole of the region and say, yep, there's a regional benefit for the Catlins to be better.
Thank you, Jim. Much appreciated. Thanks for the work. And thanks very much to the posters. Very much appreciated.
They were part of a display we put up in the Catlins.
Next, we have Mr. Reece Miller from Predator Free Dunedin. That's right. I know.
They're good to get a
So let's not recent. Page 231 to 234. Good morning. Tim, we'll give you a wee bell at about 8 minutes, Reece, so thank you very much.
Kia ora koutou, councillors, Richard. Thanks for the time today. You've made us run around a bit. We were planning to have visuals up on the screen. So a quick run over the print shop. Print shop has resolved that. You may well know Kimberly Collins, project manager for Predator Free Dunedin. I thought many of you are probably getting a bit sick of seeing me, so nice to mix it up a little bit. We'll just walk you, this is all related to our written submission. We're just going to walk you through a little bit of a journey to get to the end point, which is around the large scale funding. So Kim, do you want to kick off?
Yeah, absolutely. So you'll see that lovely infographic with lots of numbers. Basically what that speaks to is the progress that we've made in the 5 years since we first started back in 2018. We're seeing a huge amount of engagement from our community. Our wildlife is seeing really amazing benefits and outcomes. You may yourself have seen some of the fruits of our labour with more tui and kiriru, and we even had a Kia sighting in Hayward Point, which I'll come to later. Thanks to our community, this is able to progress, and we're really, really proud of how everyone's come together across the wider landscape, from urban and rural communities, from a range of diverse backgrounds to really get behind the vision for a predator-free Dunedin.
Just turning to the page with the map. Many of you here will know that we were the fifth project in New Zealand to be funded through Predator Free, the first in the South Island. Since then, there have been 13 more projects come on. So there's 18 projects across the country now. Many of those came on through Jobs for Nature. So their metrics were significantly different from those projects, those of us that started at the beginning. Fair to say that we anticipate there will be a significant shrinking of those funded projects. So currently 18, the view that the advice we're receiving is that is likely to shrink back to 5 or 6. And we really need to be in that top tranche to ensure that we are one of those projects across the country that receive ongoing funding. Just shifting to the next page. So to stay in that top tranche, there's several things we need to do. I've listed them on the page there. Demonstrating successful eradication, demonstrating ability to scale up to regional scale in both rural and urban contexts, embedded partnerships with mana whenua, develop practices of excellence, demonstrated ability to achieve elimination, providing barriers to reduce reinvasion and to detect reinvaders, so as to prevent population re-establishment, demonstrable biodiversity gain and demonstrable community benefits, and lastly, co-funding. So I'll just work through those, what we think are ingredients for success to keep us in that top level of projects in the country. Going to the next page there, which is demonstrating successful eradication within agreed timeframes. These are the metrics we're monitoring at the moment for eradication on the peninsula. You'll see there's a fair bit of evidence there which guides the operations and guides our advice as to where to target effort. In short, we have one known possum in the outer peninsula, that being from Portobello out to Taiaroa Head. We have a bit of a tricky hotspot in the sector that we call Cape Saunders. We're clean apart from one particular property, and then the small block around Portobello is clean. There's been no possum there for, I think, 716 days. So sector 4 back from Portobello is a bit more messy, but that's the focus of our efforts this winter. We're actually, as you know, we have 3 delivery partners within Predator Free Dunedin, and they're all shifting efforts to the peninsula over this winter, real critical period. All hands to the pump, so to speak. But we believe we can get to eradication by the end of September. Coming over to the map there on number 2, demonstrating ability to scale up. I think predator-free Dunedin's in a really strong place here. We've always had good design. As you know, we have the city sanctuary piece, which is the urban component, the Halo zero density area, and then the big buffer stretching into Silver Stream, Silver Peaks, and out towards the Strathtyre and up to Palmerston. So we are already doing that. So I think strategically in the national context, we're pretty well placed. Just over the page there, landowner supported possum control program. With the ORC, Predator Free Dunedin has embarked on this body of work, which came out of the biosecurity strategy. That being to develop a possum control program for long-term TB control and biodiversity gains. So that's just been underway. In the map there, you'll see basically Karitania Kilmog, we call it. 1,800 hectares of habitat, nearly 2,400 possums removed in just 5 months, 1,300 on one farm alone. So when we talk about the RTCI, that's the number of possums caught for every 100 traps. In this place, we've averaged 37%. For context, in the Halo zero density area, we're getting to 1%. And in the eradication zones in the Outer Peninsula, clearly we're sub-zero. So big numbers, and I guess to us this is demonstrating that there is a significant issue. We're working really constructively with landowners. We are surveying them next week with a written survey to understand their level of support for the program ongoing, what they may be prepared to pay, what the pastoral and biodiversity gains have been for them. Next page over with the photos there, you will see a host of photos showing possums in the daytime in tree trunks, etc. You don't often see this, but so this is a good indicator that we've got a really high population up there where we did. Moving on to partnerships with Mana Whenua. We have Mana Whenua representation at the governance level within PFD. We're also working with Puketeraki very closely around protection of threatened taonga species such as kaka. And in recent times, Otako Runaka, their team at Te Nukuroa or Matamata are deploying the mustelid network in partnership with Predator Free Dunedin across the Silver Stream Mangatua area. So that's really nice to see that coming down to an operational level as well as governance. Shifting over to practices of excellence. So this is where we need to, I guess, put our best foot forward in the national context and really demonstrate that we're something a bit special. We believe we've done this in a couple of situations. The maps there, you will see that's all a radio mesh network. So basically every trap there is giving us live data on a real-time basis. It's telling us what it's interacted with, whether that's the target animal or not. It also allows us to understand the quality of that trap at that point in time. What it effectively allows us to do is over time we'll be managing by exception. So rather than needing to be on a regular service schedule, we will only need to manage when we get to when the data tells us so. Over the page there with the dog. So we have within our team the first certified possum scat dog in the South Island as of a week ago. So Scout there, that little track log on the back there shows how Scout tracks down possum scat. So trained to just do that. Basically, if Scout finds fresh scat, we then deploy whatever tools are appropriate for that site to mop up those remaining possums. Demonstrating ability to achieve elimination on the next slide, I will skim over. Touched on that. Ultimately, we want to be moving out and joining forces with the likes of Southern Lakes. Now, I'll just get to the funding piece because that was the core of our submission. So I'm going to flick over to funding, protecting our progress. There's a couple of things here. Within that Karitania Kilmog operation, we had, that's funding from within the environmental implementations team. We had that initially funded for 5 years. It was then curtailed back to align with the previous LTP. I just want to bring that back into the councillors' attention that that money was earmarked for another 3 years, which will fall into this LTP. That was 300k over 3 years, so 300k in total. So that is to continue that possum control program, which we're doing with the landowners up in Karitane, Kilmog, and then looking to expand that with the view that that's a pilot for the region. So I'd just like to put that one back on to your radar if I can.
Just wrapping up there, Reece.
Okay.
Thank you.
Regarding the dedicated funding for large-scale environmental projects, we think this is essential. For predator-free Dunedin, we have managed to generate $2 for every dollar that Predator-Free 2050 Limited have granted. We do that through the likes of the ORC, the DCC, corporate funders. That leveraging is essential, and we know that to be in that top squad of projects, we will need ongoing co-funding. There is no chance at all that Predator-Free 2050 will fund us into the future without co-funding. We believe the large-scale environmental project piece is the right place for this. We believe within the district of Dunedin, there's strong support. We have tested our communities and have from surveys 2 years ago, surveys told us that landowners and property owners would support predator-free movements to the value of $25 per household. Personally, I think starting at a district level where we know there are willing projects that have scale and want to advance and need that leverage is a good place to start. And I'm thinking of ourselves in Southern Lakes as two candidates.
Excellent. Thank you. Questions? Elliot, you had a question?
Yeah. So if we were to go with option 3 for large scale environmental fund and make it a $2 million fund, do you think it would make more sense to fund and rate and distribute that on a district-wide basis, which would mean each individual district would get 400k, so Dunedin would just get 400k, or at a regional level, so the whole region would just get 2 million based on merit or whatever? And then within that, do you think this would work better as a sort of direct funded or contestable kind of fund?
Kim will have some responses to this, but if I can jump in first, I think direct funding is certainly, of course, gives a lot of confidence to groups that can plan, which means a lot. And it means a lot when you have something like 20 odd people employed in this project for their certainty as well. So contestable funding is fine, and it's part of life, but it also comes with a certain level of risk that one can never control, and it's often a bit too late. I listened to the previous speaker, and I acknowledge that smaller communities in the region will be disadvantaged by a targeted rate at that district level, and I think that's an important consideration for council, because often where there are large biodiversity benefits in the region, they are areas of low population. I guess I would offset that with the knowledge of what we have here in Dunedin and the community support and the willingness that we've identified for ratepayers to contribute to a mission that's well underway and supported. And as we've tried to lay out today, all going well, will continue to be supported at the national level. So I don't know if I'm answering your question well, but
I might just need to cut you at that level, just on a matter of time. But if you could just,
I can be brief.
Thank you, Kimberly.
Look, we've demonstrated that we have the scalability to bring lots of communities together within Dunedin, and I don't see why that wouldn't apply to an Otago-wide approach. We could actually have the potential here to connect up with the likes of Southern Lakes, as Reece mentioned, but also to put into practice the learnings that we've gathered from working across urban, rural, different socioeconomic backgrounds, vice versa. Like, I think Otago actually has the potential here to become one of the first predator-free regions in New Zealand, and in that regard, I think being strategic about how those funds are distributed would be the most efficient way to distribute them.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thanks very much for the work and thanks for coming today. Thank you.
Thanks.
Andrew Sims. Yeah, Andrew from the Mosgiel Tyree Community Board, and that's on page 208 to 212. Thank you, Andrew.
Thanks, Kevin. Kia ora katoa. My name's Andrew Sims. I'm the chair of the Mosgiel Tyree Community Board. I'll take our submission as read. You've avoided death by PowerPoint, but I'll just read to just a couple of key points from our submission. The issue that's causing us the greatest amount of anxiety on the Tyree still is the flood protection for the Tyree. What we're asking for is relatively simple, and that is that all flood protection assets on the Tyree are maintained to their constructed design standard or better. So we're not actually asking for new assets, we're asking for those that exist to be maintained to their constructed design standard. The capacity of the silver stream, we're asking for that to be restored to 175 cubics at the Gordon Road spillway. The Gordon Roads, the Silver Stream Flood Protection Scheme was built in 1974 by the Otago Catchment Board to achieve a capacity of 175 cubics at the Gordon Road spillway. That was the assessed requirement in 1974 for that protection scheme. We're asking for the Outram flood banks to be remediated, and we are aware that work has started on that, but we are really asking. That's a very vulnerable population there to a severe event. Those flood banks are some of the oldest flood banks in the country, and they have been incredibly effective, but they won't continue to be effective for too much longer. And we're asking for the Waipori flood bank that helps protect the airport to be remediated. That issue is understood. We're also asking that all drains, culverts and waterways are kept clear across the Tyree, and aiming for that climate change resilience. Going back to the Silver Stream capacity, the constructed design capacity 175 cubics at the Gordon Road Bridge, that's drawn from Otago Catchment Board documents in 1974 and has been accepted in several occasions in the past as being the design standard for that scheme. The capacity observed in 2006, and I did have this on a diagram, but the capacity observed in 2006 flood event, and this is drawn from this document, which the Regional Council put out in 2012, was 170 cubics. So at 170 cubics, so there's a weir above this scheme in the Silver Stream, which allows accurate measurement of the amount of water that is coming down the Silver Stream. And the flow observed in 2006 was 170 cubics. In 2018, in the 2018 flood event, the capacity observed was 115 cubics. Now, when you graph that, it doesn't show, obviously, as a straight line between 1974 and 2018. The reason for that is that the Catchment Board and the Regional Council used to maintain the Silver Stream. They used to dig it out, they used to dredge it, they used to maintain the channel so that the capacity was restored. Sometime after 2006, for some reason, that work ceased. What concerns me is I don't think it was financial. I think it was an ethos within the Regional Council that these waterways should be allowed to return to their meandering state prior to the floodway being constructed. So in the 2018 flood event, the Silver Stream started overtopping at Gordon Road at 115 cubics. I'm picking up from Dr. Jean-Luc Payan's draft report in 2019, where he said this suggests that the aggradation of the riverbed and the decreased sectional area of the Silver Stream has reduced the flood carrying capacity downstream of the Gordon Road Bridge and has resulted in the early operation of the spillway. That same report went on to detail the work that was required to restore the capacity of the Silver Stream to its original design level. And that principally involved two measures. The first one was to restore some low spots on the True Right flood bank. And the second one was to restore the channel and the riverbed to its original design. Dr. Payan goes on to say, option 5 is the most favourable if the objective is to achieve a service level close to design. The channel downstream of the Gordon Road able to convey the flood magnitude of close to 175 QMX. The rationale for this alternative is to combine the benefits of increasing the channel conveyance and providing additional flood relief by delaying the operation of the Gordon Road spillway. When I refer to the Regional Council's performance metrics that's put out on your website every year, it says that the agreed level of service is that schemes function to their constructed design standards. We've known for some time that the Silver Stream certainly doesn't. I acknowledge that there is money in the budget over the next 4 years for the restoration of the Silver Stream. What I don't acknowledge is the fact that that amount that's budgeted is, I think, $250,000 a year for the next 4 years. In the scheme of what we're dealing with here, that's a relatively small amount of money. What I can't understand is why we need to spread that expense over 4 years in the hope that the big flood doesn't come in the meantime. I'm advocating, and what I'm really pleading for and asking for you is that you get the diggers out and you restore the channel as identified in the 2019 report, and that you start doing the work and you stop when you're finished, because until we're finished, we haven't achieved anything. So none of us here can guarantee what's going to happen in the next 4 years, but it's coming. And I don't think we should be left to hope that that's just going to go on. I'd like to thank you for your continued advocacy, funding, enabling works, help with consents and access for the cycleways across the Taieri. Obviously, we're very concerned now in terms of any central government funding for the cycleways, both in terms of the tunnel trail through to between Mosgiel and Dunedin, and also the proposed Taieri trail through between Mosgiel and Outram and then on to Waihola. What I can tell you is there's a very strong determination within the community to pick parts of these projects up and to keep them moving in the meantime while we wait to see where the government goes on that. So we certainly very much appreciate your support and your help in that and getting that there. The last point, and please take this advice as it was intended to be, but just some feedback from our community in terms of recent meetings that the ORC have held on the Taieri. The feedback that I've had from the ORC drop-in sessions are that they're of limited value, that they're regarded as a charm offensive. In contrast to that, the feedback that I've had from the ORC open meeting that we had recently at the Outram Rugby Club was that it was very valuable, that the attendees felt listened to, that the attendees learned from others, and a strong belief that we were getting somewhere. So I really urge you to adopt that model of community engagement and community meetings rather than necessarily the drop-in sessions, which can have value. But I think when you're dealing with some of the issues that we're dealing with, certainly the more latter meeting, the feedback that I've had from the community is that it had much greater value to the community and hopefully to the ORC as well. Thank you. Happy to take questions.
Any questions? Elliot?
So noting that your community board are keen for the flood scheme to be built back to service level capacity of the next 4 years, is there a vision, or do you guys have something in mind for the long term of this scheme and what that looks like for the community, or how the community lives around the flood risks that are in here to that area?
It's a big long question, but thanks, Elliot. It's a great question. I think we'll say, firstly, we're encouraged by the seeming proposed budget, including the maintenance of the Silver Stream channel beyond the remediation work being then included in the ongoing maintenance budget. I think what the community, I think what the community want is they want to know that the ORC are doing everything they can to protect them from the advent of a flood. So the residents of the Gordon Road spillway are highly organised in terms of their civil preparedness. There are people that have lived there for 60 years, so they're fully aware of what they're facing, and they're generally prepared. But I think the thing that I'm asking for is that on behalf of the community is that the regional council are doing everything they can to protect. We understand you can't protect us from the big one. You know, you can't have the 2006 flood, 256 cubics, that was coming over. But there have been 2 floods since 2006 that would not have come over that flood bank had it been running at 175 cubics. So there are 2 floods that would not have happened. And that's unreasonable. I think it's unreasonable to expect those people to deal with that when it's resulting from a lack of maintenance.
Excellent.
So thank you.
Lloyd.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew. Thanks for your presentation. My question is, do you think there's the residents of Mosgiel and Priory have the appetite to increase their funding levels to enable advancement of work programs?
I think that's an extremely topical question. Thank you for the question. There is animosity between some of the parts of the community, particularly towards what's perceived to be a very low level of contribution from the people of Mosgiel. I would absolutely say that the people of Mosgiel would be expecting to see, could be expected to pay more money in return for this work being done. So, look, I can't implore strongly enough. The optics are really important as well. Get the diggers out and start this work. We don't need another report. We don't need people with clipboards. I don't need to be invited to climate resilience HUIs. We need to see the diggers out doing the work.
Thank you, Andrew. Much appreciated. And we'll take note of what you've said.
Very much. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew.
Next submitter, we have Mr. Brian Dixon, and that's page 194 to 207.
Yeah.
Excuse my slowness and I think a little bit of an injury. Kia ora koutou. Thanks for the opportunity to present to you, and also thank you for actually doing the whole exercise with the long-term plan. I know there were some options around this, and I really appreciate that you pursued it. So I'm a resident of Otepoti, Dunedin. I work in the CBD as a consultant clinical psychologist, and I have a long-standing professional interest in environmental psychology, which started here when I trained at Otago. It's a while ago. And also in psychology's potential and actual contributions to addressing climate change from a human behaviour and attitudes perspective. As part of that, I was appointed as co-convener of the New Zealand Psychological Society's Climate Psychology Task Force some 8 years ago, and as now the New Zealand representative on the Global Psychology Alliance, or the GPA as we call it, which involves me in ongoing work with climate expert colleagues locally, nationally, in the Asia Pacific region and internationally, including contributions to policy at all levels and advocacy for communities and Indigenous peoples. My submission's kind of quite detailed, covers a number of themes. I don't have the bells and whistles today, but they're in there if you click the links. There's a lot of information. So I would invite councillors and staff to come back to me if they want to subsequent to these hearings. But today I'm just going to highlight a couple of the themes. So my general comments, and I want to repeat those, is that it's really pleasing to see the emphasis in the plan on partnership with mana whenua, and a really helpful description of the benefits of that relationship. I think that was done excellently well. I want to compliment you on the strategic directions and how they interlink local, regional, national, global values related to the protection of the environment and communities, and therefore the cultural, social, economic and natural well-being of all. In terms of communication and communities, this is an area of some expertise for me. There are ways in which communities can be assisted to become much more engaged with and involved in these areas of focus. So I put some details in that submission on a study that an Irish colleague, Terry Morrissey, and myself did a couple of years ago, identifying issues and perspectives of councillors and council staff and some active members in the communities, including Otago. Also heard in Richard Plenty's 10 principles that I've listed in my submission for community action and action at policy levels. Our study, that's Terry Morrissey's and mine, provides insights into active roles of people in our communities in decisions and the actions that affect them. The focus was mainly on climate action, but the findings have much more general applicability. In terms of climate change, Morrissey and Plenty have stated that at all levels, including local and community interventions, successful mitigation requires bringing the stakeholders together, those with very different perspectives, learning how best to manage their conflict and make changes. This is a new experience for many, they comment. They suggest ways of achieving this and observe that a systems perspective is critical and that changing the context in which people operate can have as much impact as direct interventions to try and change their behaviours. Some recommended actions that I've included in my submission, and I'm just sort of highlighting bits here. My feeling is that there are huge opportunities for regional councils to be investing in energy conservation, something the government has tended to turn its back on because that's controlled by the gentailers. So programs that partner with businesses, iwi and other councils can be very effective and are elsewhere in the world. They provide a form of insurance for sustainable supply for the people within your region, and protection from prolonged disruptions, which are part of our future, present and future, as well as reducing reliance on the centralised energy producers. We need also to face up to the current biodiversity crisis. This has been termed the 6th mass extinction event. And my plea to you as local government leaders is to do all you can to prevent further damage and deterioration of this region's natural environment. The ORC needs to be implementing strategies and actions on climate change. In doing this, you're encouraged to look at ways to address key issues in that Dixon and Morrissey report. I did have a concern about what I've termed the unambitious nature of your goals on climate change. I think you can be far more ambitious. You can actually lead the way. There's not a good national governance mandate for this at the moment. There's not a lot of funding, but that's going to change. And I think you should be, or we should be in the forefront. So I urge the Otago Regional Council to accept the Werowar challenge and become a leader in local government, implementing imaginative plans, clear strategies that will engage Otago's diverse communities in achieving climate action and biodiversity protection goals. This is a vision that can be achieved. Yeah. Take questions, thank you.
Questions, Kate?
Yeah, thank you for your comments, and I want to focus really on the ones about energy, which I think is a huge opportunity in Otago. But having done a wee bit of looking at the energy market and how it's opaque, you can't see anything. And I'm just wondering your views on that, and whether we should be advocating more, given that the government seems to be pulling out of this space to a certain extent, just for more openness of how the transmission and energy systems work. Because until we get that, you actually can't invest in it particularly easily.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree entirely. So we have a capture by kind of a monopoly of the joined forces of the energy gentailers, and they dictate everything. I noticed they're included in the Atlas list now too, so they're actually part of that as well. But and you're not going to get a lot of change, and what were attempts by the government, previous government, to actually break that down a bit. But the only way of community. Oh, and the other thing about that is that they have captured large amounts of land and consents, some of which are 10 years old, for renewable resource production, and have done nothing with it. In other words, they've captured land here and elsewhere by having approval to proceed and preventing others from going ahead. And that's part of that lack of transparency that you're talking about, the lack of opaqueness. But what I'm suggesting is that you circumvent that entirely, that you actually look to how you can use energy conservation measures. In other words, things like improving the way people collect and use energy now, and the way people retain it in their homes or businesses and their industries. That has potential. It worked some time ago. There was a government, I think it was Jim Bolger's government, actually approved the huge energy conservation measures that are still in place, things like home insulation projects and so on. But that only went so far, and there's a lot further that we can go with.
Councillor Scott.
Climate change leadership, Brian, you talked about that. Any examples?
Yeah, so there are examples from around the world, and I quite deliberately chose a colleague from Ireland to come here for that, because they're actually pretty much leading the way, and there are efforts that she's actually been asked to be involved in Germany and Finland, I think, where they're actually doing tremendous work with communities, getting communities to actually help make the decision and implement the goals. But there is a vacuum at the moment that needs to be filled, and that's the leadership one. And I would say, if not you, who? That's really it. You actually have the best connections with regional contact with your communities of any policymakers, and also all of the councils within that need some help with their leadership within their communities. But there are magnificent things that people do in those small groups. We did notice there were quite a few around New Zealand, little hapu groups and marae groups doing amazing things, preventing erosion of their marae and that sort of thing. And we also noticed that places like the Waikato have very well advanced roadmaps, wrong term, but roadmaps for climate change, climate action, and they're running workshops to help people put into place or implement the ideas with some seed funding, and doing magnificent work.
Thank you.
Brian, thanks very much for your submission. Certainly enlightening and certainly thought-provoking. So thanks very much for your time. We'll now take a break until 10:57, not 11 o'clock. We'll go to 10:57, so we're back in here ready for our next submission. And I just want to read one line from, if I may, from Brian's submission, and that says, "I would hope that our grandchildren could look at this plan and express pride in the efforts of the ORC to stake a claim on the right side of history." With that, we'll go to morning tea. Thank you.
I did.
Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you for being back promptly on time. We will get straight back into hearing our submissions. We go to submitter 185, which is pages 15 to 19. Mr. Donald and Chris McIntosh. Donald, you're on Zoom. The floor is yours. So we've got 10 minutes. We'll give you a wee bell at 8 minutes and hopefully have some time for some questions for you, Donald. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I don't envy you, any of you, the job that you asked to us. However, I would like to make the statement that we can always do better, all of us. So I'd like the comments that I make to be taken as useful rather than just whining about something. Not that I've got that many to whine about. My major concern is, have we missed an opportunity here? Central government changed things, and wasn't that the time for councils to go back to them and say, well, wait a minute, you've changed a whole lot of things. Let's have a look at where we're getting the finance from, and is it fair, and can we do it better, and is there a better way for us to do? One of the things I've started a small group down here that I hope grows large. It's called Ratepayers for Change, Clutha, Otago and Southland. And that's because this seems to be endemic across all councils. Everybody's upset about the rises. They don't really understand them, or if they understand them, they don't like them. That's fairly common when you add a cost. But some things that I would like to suggest that might be worthy of, I noticed there's 20 million or so for leadership. Well, one of the things that I think would go a long way to assisting is showing empathy and respect for the ratepayers. Along the lines of, I'll give you an example. I went to a meeting, well, I go to lots of them, at the community hall in Awaka, and there were 10 people from ORC there and 8 vehicles. Don't know whether that was intentional, but at the end of the day, it's not a good look, in my personal opinion. So what we're most interested in, apart from making a comment about the $190 million for public transport in Queenstown, I'm not sure how this works, but why have we got central government, and isn't that an issue between central government and Queenstown? And then we've got regional government, and then we've got Clutha District Council. To me, it seems to be a whole lot of people doing the same thing, because I noticed in the long-term plan for all of them, including Environment Southland, is lots to talk about climate change and that sort of thing. So how many organisations do we need doing the same thing? The other thing is, I was very pleasantly surprised to meet at one of the meetings somebody that I knew 40 years ago, the fishing industry. And at that time, I said to this person, you're not actually asking us for our input on this consultation, you're telling us how it's going to be. And I'd like to suggest that there's a possibility that that's how these things are as well. You have a whole lot of people, a whole lot of different opinions. How can you satisfy all of them? You personally can't. So what's the answer? Well, the answer is I'd like to see, and I hope other people would like to see, expressed effort being made to get expediencies, to get some cost savings. I'm aware that you have to have some things. You probably have to have an awful lot of things. But one of the problems with governance of any sort is that, unlike a business, you don't go out and earn that money. And I'm not being disrespectful when I say that, but businesses can afford to give people extra things because business has produced enough money to be able to do that. Or those things get taken away because the business has not made enough money to be able to be like that. So I'm very cognizant of the fact that this is an awfully difficult job. I'm unsure that I still understand why we need so many organisations doing the same thing. I'm unsure why central government isn't doing a lot of them. And if they've passed the buck to you, fair enough. But at the end of the day, one of the things about this sounds an awful comparison. If you're going to feed off something, the best trick is not to kill the host. And the host is us, the ratepayers. And at the moment, I hear a lot of people very upset about the fact that rates are rising at a alarming rate. I remember in the early days, it was $23 when you guys first started, and someone came around and did animal control. At the time, I was concerned because I didn't understand why we needed more governance. And it does bug me that I don't want to dwell on it, but, you know, finding another council, what good does that do? Have they learned their lesson? Doesn't seem so. Who pays the bill? We do. So what's the purpose of that? But the main focus I want to do is thank you for the effort that you do go to, for the great things that you have created, and please just try and find some areas where you could reduce the spending. Even if you made that a public sort of announcement that you were looking at things like that, I think that would reduce a lot of the anxiety in people that are supposed to be facing some sort of new crisis, the cost of living, I think the government's deemed to call it. But we always seem to have these crises. It was the global financial crisis, and there's a whole series of them. But I would just be talking for the sake of talking to go on now. I personally have said what I would like to say, and that is I'd like to encourage you to look at areas where you could reduce expenditures if possible. And thank you very much for the opportunity to present.
Thank you, Don. We have a question, Councillor Weir.
Good, Don. Thanks for coming and talking to us. If there are, specific areas you think that we should be cutting, that would be really good to hear. But I think, reading from your submission and stuff, it was just the sort of perception of general wasteful spending overall and stuff. I'm just wondering what would be something you'd see from the ORC that would make you satisfied that there wasn't wasteful spending happening, or that money wasn't being wasted and there were being expediencies made and stuff. Oh, sorry, you might be muted there.
Muted. Oh, he's definitely not making any sound. Can you ask him to check his settings?
Donald, you might have muted. Say something, whether we can hear you. No, I'm sorry, we've lost.
Without the plug-in. Can you hear me now?
Perfect, thank you.
Look, I've tried to avoid picking on specific areas. The one area or the two areas that bother me is I'm confused at why we would be spending money on public transport in Queenstown, but more importantly, it's the little things. It's the 10 people with 8 vehicles. Those are the sort of things that may be unintentional. There'll be 1,000 good reasons why they had that many vehicles there. I'm just saying it's not a good look. And apart from that, our faith has to be in our elected representatives. So I don't want to go hardcore on any of those sort of things. When I first saw the 20 million on leadership, I thought, well, can there be some trimmings there? I don't know. you would know better than that. When you see a big number like that, you think, where are they, in San Francisco or whatever? But look, it's easy for people that aren't dealing with the magnitude of things you're dealing with to say, look, cut this out or cut that out. I am very aware that there's a consequence for anything that you cut. So I can't direct you at something that I would be satisfied with. I'm more than satisfied that you will make your best effort, if you say you will, to do so.
Thanks, Don. Thank you, Donald, and thanks very much for taking the time to write your submission and present today to us. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Our next submitter will be submission 349, Mr. Dougal McTavish from Wise Response Society, which is pages 88 to 93. And there is a handout just being delivered to us.
Thank you.
Is this going?
It's just the
The
floor is
Kevin.
I can hear and I'll listen, Dougal. So we have 10 minutes. We'll give you a wee bell at 8 minutes.
Yeah, right. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, you might have to share. I think there's only 11 copies there, so I didn't realise the count was so big. Yeah, anyway. So everyone's got something. Good. Look, good morning, all of you. Thank you very much for the opportunity to appear for Wise Response. Well, it's my name behind it. I was former secretary, so it's a sort of flow on from that for the group. And I have with me Dr. Solace Norton. Yeah, we're both presenting for the group. Our submission comprises 2 tables, which you've presumably previously seen. Table 1 was our reasoning behind our recommendations, and table 2 lists the goals in the LTP and our recommended changes to them. We think that the discussion should probably be around table 2 and the specific recommendations we've made. Our overall argument is essentially, if we don't stop exceeding the planet's capacity to support us, all planning is for naught. So how can we avoid such a scenario? It's obvious that a long-term plan can only be as good as its expectation of the future is true. So just what is most likely to be coming down the pipeline at us? The handout that we've provided contains established science behind. Page 1, I think, is energy, and page 2 is climate forecasts. We think the most useful thing we can do in this presentation is to briefly identify key points from them to provide the rationale for our submission. So at this point, I'll hand over Solace to quickly draw attention to points in the first page.
Yeah, right. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I just speak very briefly about the work, the Limits to Growth work done by MIT back in the 1970s. So it's a biophysical model of the economy, which is quite different from an economically derived model, and it indicates it's a fairly complex looking picture there, but the essence of it is that you reach a point in your consumption of resources where the economy becomes harder and harder to persist and enters into a decline, and there's some evidence that that's beginning to happen at the moment. And this second graph is along a similar theme, but specifically towards the fossil fuel and the oil aspect of it. And so it's reflecting that to obtain a certain amount of fossil fuels requires the investment of energy into that extraction, right? And that when the fossil fuels are abundant and easily accessed, there's very little investment required. And then as they become deeper water and greater distance, et cetera, and lower quality, more dilute, as it were, with shale sands, for example, the energy required to get energy back from those resources becomes a lot more. And the overall impact of that is a reduction in the amount of energy that's going into our overall economy. So there's several aspects of that we believe are becoming more and more prominent in the economy today, and will should become at an exponential rate more important over the coming decade or two. So that's me speaking to the energy part of the equation, which is a small subset of Wise Response's overall position.
I think it's worth making a couple of this point here on here
about
the
yeah.
trend, and also mention this is the offset.
Sure. Yeah. So in the the top picture there. So this was work done in the 1970s by Donella Meadows and her colleagues, and so that mapped out where they thought things might go out to 2100. So 30 odd years later, some other scientists took the real data and plotted that real data against what Donella's model had suggested would happen. And so that latter real data is the solid lines marked against the dotted lines on the page. So it's quite remarkable when you appreciate that all models are wrong and some of them are moderately useful. The fact that the real data has followed Donella's work so remarkably in all of those lines is quite incredible. And I guess so the second point that Dougal was referring to was that out to the investment in the energy invested in procuring the energy for society is very small. So that's the yellow line at the top of all of the rest of the ones. There's a very small proportion of the overall x-axis out to around 2020 or so, and then rapidly becomes a much bigger part of the x-axis between 2030 and 2050. So that's the bottom line from that, is that that's a huge amount of energy that won't be available for the likes of health systems, schools, transport systems, and the like. And having a long-term plan based on some of the the physical underlying drivers of what's happening economically, I think would stand us in a much better stead than more of a knee-jerk reaction to economic fluctuations, which are the result of underlying physical drivers.
The key point for me in this graph, this following on from that, is that you see the thick yellow line at the top of the graph is the extra energy that's required to get the energy of the material below it. So according to this, by 2050, you're requiring as much of that yellow energy to get the energy. So your net is gone, so it's a horrible kind of scenario, but that's what these guys, and it's well referenced, So just going over to the climate change position, this James Hansen sent this through just the other day, May the 16th, and it's an update of the temperature anomaly through to now. I think it's 2021 or 2023 it comes through to. So that last super El Nino is last year or thereabouts, and he's predicting that we're going into an accelerated warming. So the overall thing is that all the talk and efforts are not actually impacting the average global temperature increase. And the acceleration has really occurred since about 1970. And it means that by about 2030, we'll be exceeding the 1.5 recommendation. The fourth figure, slightly more complicated. Note it's greenhouse gas emissions on the left axis, and that basically it's how do we get avoid that sort of dangerous, unstable climate area. And if we look at the lower line coming down following the 1.5, you can see by 2030 we need a 43% reduction. So that's on average globally. And they say that first world countries, because we're producing a lot more, we have to actually do more than that. So we're talking about roughly a 50% reduction in emissions by 2030. So that's a massive reduction. And if you go out to 2050, you're looking at an 84, and at the 2-degree level, 64, which is also massive. So either way you look at it, and this is from the 6th IPC assessment report, so it's robust, or pretty robust. Yeah, and they usually don't take things seriously as perhaps they should, or they get compromised politically. So, given the urgency, the disturbing implications of those trends that we've just outlined, both for climate and energy alone, and there are other factors like biodiversity and so forth that we could bring in. The question is for us all really is, are the goals in a long-term plan for the next 10 years, which is kind of critical, are they strong enough? Are they directive enough? Are they explicit enough? And we just focused on the goals and thought, well, if we can strengthen those, if you agree with us, then that will go, hopefully feed down into the rest of the document and help you make good decisions about investments underneath.
Excellent.
Yeah. So that's that.
Any questions for Dougal and Solis? Elliot?
Thanks. I appreciate that you have focused on the goals here. And I'm sure we'll talk to you soon about our strategic climate action plan coming up. But on that note, I was wondering if you had any thoughts for how a regional council could, or what levers we might most usefully pull to upscale renewable electricity generation across the region.
I think you would pursue every chance you've got to the opportunities that emerge over time. But I'd see a really important part of your role as simply as in educating business owners, particularly those with a high energy consumption, simply about the physical limits of trying to shift off coal to biomass, trying to shift en masse to an electrical grid that may or may not be able to withstand that, and knocking onto that the actual amount of resources that are available, the likes of copper and lithium and what have you, for seriously upscaling an electrical grid to reflect what we see out the window without using fossil fuels in cars. It's truly extraordinary, and I think the key bit that will help ORC make progress is not in trying to make those changes to individuals, but just helping to bring them on the journey and the education of, this is the reality of why rates are higher. This is the reality of why inflation is doing what it's doing. It's not us. It's things underlying the economy, and that needs to be our perspective in adapting to from here to 2050.
Thank you very much. Appreciated. Dougal, Solis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we move to submission 356, Mr. Colin Skur, pages 103 to 104. Thank you, Colin.
Thank you, councillors, for the opportunity to come and speak on that side. It's probably not speaking on big picture items, but more something specifically of the operations that are key to us out on the Torrey. That's the operation of the Lower Torrey flood and drainage schemes. I'd like to thank the councillors that have turned up to a meeting there a while ago out there, and appreciated the, that was called by, asked for from the regional council, and was put notice, and we got a spread of ratepayers from the northeast to west and south Torrey there. There was a spread of those that have increase in rates of $10,000 and those with a reduction in rates of in excess of $10,000. So it was quite a mixture there, and I think it was a good way of getting information across. And I think that type of meeting, certainly if you want to consult on things, if you want to get feedback, I think it's important that that is a meeting you'd have. At the meeting that was drop-in session in Outram that was to discuss the risk of the report of Tomkin and Taylor's, when in excess of a dozen staff came out to a meeting and for drop into one way. It was a bit horrifying when you see about two or three ever people out operating the scheme, to know that there's about a dozen or more. There's a big portion of them are actually costing the scheme and operating just in Dunedin City here. I support changes to the flood draining rate system at this stage. It's a movement in the right direction, but it certainly doesn't reflect the benefit of the scheme. It's only a movement in the right direction. And I ask that a full review of the benefit of the scheme is appropriate. There's a number of issues that are highlighted there, but one thing I think could be corrected under this long-term plan is the portion of Mosgiel that is not rated for drainage. Now, that area was a swamp before the silver stream went in, and it wouldn't be there if that silver stream wasn't there acting as a drain. On the rural areas, if we have service to the boundary, that's classed to be getting service for drainage. You might have 200 acres and in one corner you've got a drain, a scheduled regional council scheduled drain to it. And you're classed to get service and you pay rates for it. Just because Mosgiel subdividing the whole lot, we pay for our own drainage within the farm. Just because Mosgiel has its own stormwater drainage, a higher level of drainage than would be expected on a farm, they still rely on the silver stream, and they do damage to that with their pumps. And it seems inconsistent that a whole portion, over half of Mosgiel, is excluded from paying for the service that they actually receive and benefit here. The leaf flood rate, the suggestion to spread that over the whole of Dunedin City, it is quite inconsistent when the Lower Torrey flood scheme protects the airport and the drainage for flooding and drainage, and it is to be funded by the local area, whereas the greater benefit of the hospital and university is deemed to be spread over the whole of Dunedin City. To be consistent, you either remove the leaf rate from the Torrey Plain or spread the flood area right over the whole Dunedin City. You know, part of the discussion on the rates is to make them consistent. Surely that's one way of making them consistent. The level of expenditure on the flood and drainage schemes on this 10-year plan, we're talking about a 10-year plan. It looks all very good, then we're not rising the rates this year, but we're talking about a 10-year plan here. And to have rates in the future of 12.9%, just looking at your financial reports and February to your council. And also then ending up after the end of 10 years with a $34 million deficit on those three schemes it's just not sustainable. That's like putting $400,000 debt on each of the 20 odd ratepayers that pay half the rates now, if it's in the system. So, yeah, how are we going to, we've got a bank for that. We've got a, and that's, we're going to have trouble with banks knowing that there's that debt going to be there coming through, being charged on the rates in the future. We talk about resilience. You make a big flood bank to keep the water out, but it's certainly not resilient if the farmers can't afford it. They've got to be in a position to be able to live. Otherwise, we're not going to have farming on the Taieri. Really, we've got to have confidence that the regional council too is going to be in a position, if there's a debt of 34 million on those schemes, if we have a major break in the major issue with the floods, how can those schemes borrow another $20 million to fix a major flood? We've got to be in the position, council's got to be in the position, the scheme's got to be, and the farmers, because we're going to get a flood in the future. We can't, we're not budgeting for a 100% flood free. We're flooding for a level of flood protection, and that's it. Yeah. The contour canal work, to talk about some of the specific things. We had Tompkins-Taylor's report that identified the risk areas, and then we come up with a long-term plan that has two major items: the contour canal, which was on a low impact, low consequence area of the flood scheme banks, and the lower pond gravity outfall are some of the major expenditure over the next 10 years. And there were the low consequences from that report. Looks like the idea was to get that report to feed into the long-term plan. It looks like it was ignored in the long-term plan. Talking about that Tompkins-Taylor's risk report, where there was a $450,000 assessment, a performance review of the schemes put in the last long-term plan 3 years ago. The only thing we see out of it was that Tompkins-Taylor's report, which was only a desktop report on another report they did in 2017. So where did that 450,000 go? We were sort of sold that it was going to be a performance review of how the council was running the schemes, but there's no way the council, they don't seem to review how they're doing. They seem to want to find out who someone else is doing. That's the bell, is it?
Yeah, just about to wrap up, Colin. Yes, thank you.
Right. The $6 million, about $6 million in the expenditure over the next 10 years on reviews, monitoring studies, assessments, feasibility reports. In relation to a scheme the size, I think you're getting carried away with all the reports, because a lot of them don't actually, all they do is find other things to study. And that's another item on the infrastructure strategy program is the fish passage adaptation. We've got $1 million there on those two drainage schemes over the next 10 years. And I'm not sure where that's come out of. The 2020 regulations from the Ministry of Environment say that all new structures need to be assessed and catered for fish passage. There's not a lot of new structures going in. Any modifications of existing structures are not covered by that environmental regulations. The previous regulations only covered natural waterways, which are generally not really covered by the drainage system, artificial system. So it seems to be just greenwashing, putting that in as a separate line, because all regulations should be taken into account in any new structures when they're costed out. Do you have a separate line for health and safety? Do you have a separate line for road management regulations? Surely when you're costing out something, is taken into account all the regulations you have to abide by during that thing. So, yeah. If we have a large flood event, we've got to have confidence in the Torah, and I think it's important that the engineering ones that are making decision are seen in the community so they can know who's dealing with the scheme, how they're operating, and who is going to be running things when things go wrong. Because at the moment, the staff that are out, we see out on the land, they seem to, any major decisions come into town and it disappear. So I think it's important that the engineers that are making the decisions are seen in meetings out on the Torrey with the ratepayers to discuss, so that otherwise, we're going to be into some major problems in the future, because there's not a high confidence in the level of the operation of the schemes at the moment.
Good. Thank you, Colin. Any questions, Mr. Stewart? Good. Thank you, Colin. Much appreciated. Thank you. And we Waikouiti Coast Community Board, Andy Barrett. Submission 393, pages 226 to 230.
Just turned on, is it?
Here we go. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, an apology from Alistair Morrison, our board chair. He's laid up sick with a cold, so I'm filling in for him today. Thanks for the opportunity to talk. I'll be quite brief. I don't think I'll need the full 10 minutes. I just want to run through our submission very quickly and make just one or two comments. The first item there was to do with public transport, and we're thanking the council for the support that they are giving to the development of the coastal communities cycle connections. That has been very much appreciated, and we look forward to continued support for the project. One thing that's worth noting here as a correction or further piece of information really on that issue, the statement about the future development strategy and the way that cycleway was characterised, that has actually been resolved as a result of the hearings. So it is now recognised that this isn't just a tourist facility, but it is actually to do with a very important piece of community connection, which actually, and I think this is the point that we will be talking about a great deal more when we come to talk about the public transport strategy, is that we have two areas of State Highway 1 which are very unsafe for cyclists and pedestrians, and those are between Waikouiti and the Keretani turnoff, and between Evansdale and Waitati. And this is a long-term project to get cycleways established, and we really just want to make sure that people remain aware of those very significant safety issues. The second part of the transport was to do with the bus service. We have been working for many years with the council for improved passenger services to the North Coast, and we're pleased to say that we are making significant progress there. We just have one outstanding item that's mentioned there. There is the question of the service to Warrington. Now, you'll be aware that Warrington actually involves a turnoff from State Highway 1. What has happened recently is that a service from Warrington into town was established on a regular basis, but unfortunately, the return service to Warrington was not guaranteed, and we have been talking to staff about that. We understand that there are some ad hoc arrangements, which mean that if you put somebody on the bus in the morning, they are likely to get delivered back to their departure point in the evening. But we are still waiting to get some clarity from staff on that issue. So just really want to note that that's an ongoing issue, and we would appreciate some movement on that. Our request was put in on the 12th of December last year, and we're still waiting to hear. Emergency management and community resilience. We have had very good meetings with the new staff that you have about community resilience. But we would have to say that from the community board point of view, there's still a long way to go. And it's not necessarily to do with the regional council side of things, but it's to do with the Dunedin City Council side of things, where as yet we are still to see clear movement on how this whole aspect of community response is being dealt with. And the point here is, and it's one that I'll return to in just a moment, is that it's really important that we have very, very good coordination between the two councils on this issue. We have made moves through the community board to actually have good community response groups set up. And we found ourselves constantly tripping over the fact that we aren't getting clear direction from the councils. So we're actually hoping that in the immediate term, that will be fixed up. And in the longer term, we will have a very good system of supporting community response. Karitani Harbour, Waikato River estuary, and this is the last point that I'll talk about. The board has been working for some time alerting the Dunedin City Council to problems to do with the Waikato River, particularly to do with the river flow as it goes past the wharf and out to the ocean. We have asked for a comprehensive management plan, not simply for that, but in fact for the entire estuary area, because, and I'm sure you'll be aware, that particular area is prone to flooding. It is not unusual for the State Highway 1 to get cut off. In fact, not long ago, it was cut off in 2 places, meaning actually that heavy vehicles were stranded by the Cherry Farm. You can get out to the north or to the south. And there is significant damage to Coast Road that occurs fairly regularly as well, which obviously is an issue for the City Council. Now, if we are to have a proper review, and the DCC is promising us one, input from ORC is absolutely essential, because when we talk to the two councils about this, the first thing that we get told is, oh, that's a matter for the regional council, or that's a matter for the City Council. It seems to me that this is an area which could do with a combined approach, just in the same way that has been happening with South Dunedin. The issues are different, but they are similar in respect of sea level rise and disaster management and so on. And one of the issues on the river to do with the flooding issue is, are there opportunities actually for those flood risks to be mitigated, particularly by looking at the management of floodgates on the river, which are between the State Highway and Karitani Village. So this is something I think that it has been floating around, we're going to read the metaphor to use, floating around for quite a long time, but which I think need to be addressed. Other than that, I understand that you have been addressed by Ahika with their work on pest management in the area. The board is fully supportive of those efforts. Thank you.
Questions? All covered. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. You still going on there? Right, so next we'll go to submission 285, which is Liam White from USA, page 40, 45 to 48.
Yes, thank you.
Tēnā koutou, councillors. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to come and speak to you on the Otago University Students Association submission on the Otago Regional Council's draft long-term plan. The Otago University Students Association supports the Regional Council's draft long-term plan and encourages the council to set bold goals beyond its preferred options. As has been reported in recent headlines in the Otago Daily Times and New Zealand Herald, the central government is pursuing a rolling maul of austerity measures. A victim of this cost minimisation program has been the Department of Conservation, with cuts set to reduce the department's budget by 6.5% through 130 job cuts. Secondly, as was discussed in the OUSA's previous submission to the Regional Council, public transport funding has faced similar cuts, particularly with reference to the removal of half-price public transport fares for under 25s. While it is unfortunate that I'm back here once again asking the Regional Council to pick up the central government slack, here we are. I found that students were broadly in support of the large-scale environmental fund, with the majority in favour of the $2 million fund option. I understand that the council's preferred option is the $500,000 fund. However, I believe that a greater pool of funds will allow the council to empower the Otago region, both in its now essential adaptation to climate change, but also efforts to reduce the region's net carbon output. A targeted rate for districts that choose to participate seems to me the fairest approach. While I do understand that the positive environmental spillovers over district boundaries should potentially encourage everyone in the region to support it, this is a proposal that should lead by the front. I believe that the proposed environmental fund, with the necessary funding of $2 million, will show the wider region how successful a program like this can be. I understand the cost of the fund will have many of you councillors rightfully scared with public disapproval of proposed rate increase. Of course, cost is an issue. I would be remiss if I did not mention, as councillors have reminded me, that many people are doing it tough. While I am here today representing students, there is an omnipresent issue of the cost of living. People are having to spend more on their groceries, rent, and bills than at any other time in recent memory. I understand that, and I hear their complaints, that the needs of our environment should come second to their need to put food on their family's table. To that, I would firstly present the Environmental Fund as an investment in the future of our region. Our primary and secondary industries are supported by a healthy and thriving environment that is increasingly choked by the climate crisis and a lack of historic concern. Further, our tourism sector revolves around our beautiful environment, whether that's the ski slopes in Queenstown or the numerous and stunning walking and cycling tracks around our region. Our environment and the TLC responsible for the maintenance of our environment is a worthwhile long-term economic investment in our regional economy. Secondly, I would like to present the rate increase set out in the consultation document given to the public does not set out unreasonable cost to ratepayers on lower capital values. The rate increase from the $500,000 to $2 million fund for those in Dunedin, which contains many of the most acutely deprived areas in Otago, is a difference of $3.13 on a capital value of $400,000. This is less than half the price of a cup of coffee. On a capital value of $800,000 in Dunedin, the jump from the funds is $6.29, which is again, roughly the full price of that cup of coffee. As a student, I understand that in times of economic hardship, every dollar and cent counts. However, I would argue that these rate increases are fair and justifiable given the previously mentioned economic benefits to be brought to ratepayers. These are not the substantial rate increases that the $500,000 and $2 million price tags make it out to be. I believe this environmental fund has the potential to be one of the most worthwhile investments the Regional Council has made in a long time. Again, to an average ratepayer, it will cost around the equivalent of a cup of coffee. But again, I am in Dunedin, so I might be overpaying for my coffee. Moving on to the next student-focused area, public transport. As I'm sure it will surprise no one, students are in favour of the offering of extra services on the Pine Hill, Carlton Hill, Opoho and Shield Hill routes. For students who are spending more and more of their income on rent and groceries, it's of great value to see their rates going further and farther on beautiful all-bus electric buses. In fact, since its digital submission, the OUSA has reflected on the value of public transport, particularly to students, but to all residents in Otago. The OUSA wishes to raise the value of transport needs on public holidays. For many people, not just students who are employed in the service industry, their jobs don't stop on public holidays. And it is the position of the OUSA that students should be supporting their desire to work by having access to public transport on public holidays. For many businesses, they already see a great level of business during public holidays, and the Regional Council can further support this by allowing more people easy access into town. I believe that offering public transport on public holidays would be of great value, both to the student population, but also to the region more widely. To talk briefly to the addition of a general rate to public transport, I would say that students largely support this rate adjustment. It is fair that the region funds public transport as it experiences the benefits of improved connectivity, reducing congestion, and supporting emissions targets. Public transport has been shown to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by up to 2/3 per passenger per kilometre compared to private vehicles. Public transport also offers lower fatalities and provides greater access to employment, education, and urban services. The new rate model better reflects the wider external benefit in the use of public transport services. Throughout the rest of the draft plan, the Otago University Students Association supports the Council's preferred options, particularly on the new rate system as they concern flood protection, drainage, and river management rates. Thank you again for taking my submission.
Any questions? Elliot?
On those public transport rates, the targeted rates, did students of the USA have any opinion around the proposed changing from capital value for that rate to a uniform charge where everyone would get charged?
I don't think so. Sorry, not off the top of my head.
Thanks.
Lloyd?
Thank you, Len. I enjoyed reading about your token voting system, but my question is, you spoke to us one other time and mentioned how you thought that the value of buses could be, and the fares could possibly increases could be sustainable within the community. Is sort of that view that the people will be prepared to pay more as they get on the bus?
In response to that, I'll be honest, during that previous submission, I was quite nervous. And so I did just kind of give the blanket statement that I think students would support increasing fares. Upon further reflection, I looked back at that and I cringed a little bit. I don't think that it would be sustainable for students to have to pay more for public transport fares. And that's why I think increased funding for public transport would be a great value in keeping bus fares down. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah.
Any further questions? Are your ribs all right and you're playing rugby again?
I'm actually not. I found it a bit tough to balance, but thank you for asking.
Thank you. Got his goal. Thank you. Much appreciated. Next submission, 302 to 389, Ian Bryant. You'll see on page 50, 51, and 213 and 214. Good morning, Ian.
Morning. Thanks for the opportunity to submit. I seem to come most years. And my submission basically is regarding targeted rates. General rates are not such a big issue on farming property, so the targeted rates on the Taieri are a big issue. And I acknowledge that the council has simplified the targeted rates on the Taieri and simplified them and spread them a bit more evenly. But I think there's a lot more work that needs to be done in regard to targeted rates on the Taieri. I guess rates have to be affordable economically, and they have to be the result of consistent policies. And in regard to the affordable, I just want to read an article, just a small paragraph from an article in a farming magazine, and it says, the Reed family wanted to buy their first dairy farm. Anywhere the wife and kids were happy to go, I'll go, Mr. Reed said. An option to buy the farm where they are now share milking was turned down due to the ferocious cost of council rates on the farm. So this is my point about economically, it's starting to have the level of targeted rates on the Taieri are starting to have an economic effect on the marketability of our farms and on the profitability. So we have to address the affordability of the targeted rates. And I guess the other issue with the consistent policies regarding rates, and I'll bring up the first one, is the Leith scheme. And the Leith scheme has a 80-20 targeted rate, general rate split, but within that 80% targeted rate, there is a indirect rate, and that used to cover the Dunedin urban area, and now in the LTP, it's covering the entire Dunedin city catchment, the Dunedin city rating area. So us on the Taieri or a Middlemarch or
are going to be paying a rate to support the targeted lease scheme. And we've been told, there's the mantra that has always been told us that those that benefit on targeted rates should be paying. And but it's pretty long shot to say that someone in Middlemarch or Berwick is benefiting from the Leith scheme. So it's the first area. And then the transport, the bus levy, I was talking to Andrew about this. It's a fixed price, $164 per title. And so I've got 6 titles. And so that multiplies out to almost $1,000 for transport levy. And I don't have bus service, so I'm paying for something I don't receive. And then a better way to do it would be the way DCC rate for their recycling curbside collection. They rate per household, and that 5 of my titles don't have houses on, they're bare land, so I'm paying a transport rate for bare land. The stock cows don't use buses, it's just they're collecting revenue from the land, and it should be per household where people that can use a bus can benefit. And I guess the third area that we've got to look at for targeted consistent policy is the airport contribution, the non-rateable assets on the Lower Taieri, which includes the airport and the State Highway 1, flood-free highway, the railway corridor, and in the taxiway, the apron and the runway don't pay rates out at the airport. And that's a huge benefit for those that use the airport that don't pay. And I'll just give you an example of not paying the airport. The airport heat their terminal by extracting groundwater from under the ground, take a few degrees of temperature out of it and heat their terminal building, and then it was supposed to be discharged back into the aquifer, but that didn't work. So they discharge it into our drainage system. So us as ratepayers pay for the heating of the Dunedin Airport terminal building because it is discharged into their drainage system, and all the drainage off the Taieri has to be pumped because there's no gravity discharge from the Taieri. So it's all pumped. So mainly farmers are paying to heat the terminal building in the Dunedin Airport. So we've got to have a consistent policy about who benefits from the rating, from the schemes that are there. And just finally, I guess I'll just bring out my mana whenua history that the flood schemes on the Taieri decimated our Maitapapa Henley Kaika in the past because it's in the floodplain. So it was the physical infrastructure that impacted on our ability to remain where my tapuna were brought up and where we collected mahinga kai and so forth. And that is impacted physically. Now it seems like we're going to be impacted economically by having to pay these rates. And the rates in that LTP document that we had at the consultation meeting, are pretty scary. And Colin's just referred to them already. How many million are in that work plan for the Lower Taieri schemes coming up, and they are eye-watering. And things like the fish ladders. Okay, we know that it's a government requirement, but a fish ladder into a drainage scheme seems a wee bit, and the cost of them. And then when you think about it, who benefits from a fish ladder in a scheme? It's the fishing public, which is the general public, but it's being tied to the targeted rate scheme. It's being tied to a few local ratepayers. And so I just So that's my point today, affordability and consistency of rating policy. So thanks for this opportunity to submit, and
Thank you. Any questions? Andrew?
Ian, accept your point about the PT rate, targeted rate, the 164 over six properties. So the 164 over the property that has a dwelling on it, any comment about the principle of the wider rate take in relation to PT across the city?
I guess buses should be encouraged. And I guess you're saying, would I be happy to pay one rate?
I suppose that's the question.
Yeah, no, I guess 164, although it won't stay at 164, I'm guessing. But I guess one rate at 164 is not out of the question. But when it's multiplied up, it comes to a bit of a different issue.
Thank you.
And Councillor Weir?
First one was similar to Andrew's and asking if, because currently the reason that's so much for your different land holdings in the tidy is because we're moving to a uniform rate for that transport, and if that was, I'm just wondering if shifting that back to capital value would alleviate some of those concerns, because that'd be all added up together. But my main question was just how you envisage the flood scheme, 30, 50, 100 years down the line. Do you envisage it still being there? Do you envisage farming on the tidy running the same way as it does now?
Crystal ball grazing. Yeah, I'm not sure. I guess if you look at the Dutch and their way of controlling drainage and flooding in low-lying land, I guess there is ways, engineering-wise, to continue there. It's not right on the coast. He was saying about sea level rise and things like that. It's not right on the coast, so it's defendable a little bit easier than if it was directly on the coast. And the assets that are there, I guess it's going to have to be defended. Airports and things, but hard to relocate the airport.
Thank you. Further questions? Thank you, Ian. Much appreciated. Thank you very much for your time. We're now moving on to submission 164, which is Mike Hammond, page 14.
Mike Evans, it must be me. Okay. I just want to reinforce, I'd like to see the cycleway projects finished for instance, the tunnels concept from Dunedin to Mosgiel and towards Milton, Middlemarch Way. Also would like to see council support for cycleways towards Wakawaiti and finish the Peninsula Cycle Walkway past Portobello. I'm a big advocate for shared footpaths for people. I think we can spend a lot of money, like cycleways sort of create a lot of angst with some people about the money we're spending, but I think we're wasting our footpaths, I mean, I use footpaths and I'm not in the middle of town, but I'm careful about, I'm respectful to pedestrians, but I mean, for instance, the next to the Oval, that's a great footpath, and not many people use it. I still see cyclists on the road there. I don't think that's very well used, particularly shared footpaths along Victoria Road from St Kilda to St Clair, very wide on both sides. The footpath beside Forbury Park on both sides is probably wide enough for shared access as well. So yeah, that's my biggest thing about submitting today is considering more shared access and cycleways. So Right, and then secondly, I live in St Clair, so I've always thought a picnic table, and I sent a picture of this, I submitted a picture for this, a picnic table and seating on the grass reserve at St Clair. It's beside the, well, it used to be Hotel St Clair, it's now the TT restaurant, and overlooking the Esplanade, and people sit there on the grass with their blankets, which is fantastic. I think it's long overdue, you know, that area up there to have a picnic table, a couple actually would be good. And I'm I just put a wee vanity project in, and I realised that I've just recently been to a meeting about the seawall, and I know that finances are tight and there's sand sausages going in, but the old ramp structures beside the seawall, I just wondered about commissioned artwork attached to the top of these, and I mean something like the replica Meraki boulders, you know, we've got Oamaru stone, we've got concrete boulders around the road part as bollards, so why not something like that attached to the top? And if it was Oamaru stone and they weather well, that's just part of artwork. But yeah, but I mean, I realised that last bit is a vanity project, and I just wanted to throw it in because I'm always looking over the Esplanade. It'd be nice to see something on, yeah. Make use of them. They've got holes in them now. You could probably attach them quite easily. That's all I've got to say.
Excellent. Questions from Mike? Is that a hand, Gretchen? No.
Sorry, no.
Elliot, it was an auction. I would have taken a bid.
Thank you, Mike. Just noting your points there. I rode along the Isle to get here this morning.
Yeah.
It's a good road. I'm just wondering what level of involvement and investment would you like to see the ORC take when it comes to Tunnels Trail and the coastal communities and these other cycle routes? Is that letting groups use our land and waiving consent fees, or is it funding the feasibility studies, or is that actually funding the work itself, or kind of?
We always want what you expect. That's a good question. I think the Oval they just painted lines along there, and maybe they need a few more bikes so people realise that, more people realise you can use that. And don't work in silos. Along Victoria Road, there's Maranui Road, Moananui Road, they're doing sand sausages about the end of there. They come along and they put a new guttering in there, and yet no wheelchair disability access, just a gutter, so you can't bike from that part of the footpath to that. So things like that, like communicating with the people doing the roadworks and things like that is the main thing. I'd like to say, definitely the Portobello is a priority, I think, and it needs funding. But let's just look at the existing footpaths, and see what, the ones that could work. I know there could be regulations around width, but let's be creative, eh?
Excellent. Thank you, Mike. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we go to submission 306, Bridie Ford, page 52 to 54.
Yeah. It's Bridie Loney.
Loney, I don't know what's it called.
Oh, sorry, that is Bridie Loney. I've got it written down here.
Yeah.
Gives me my apologies.
Kia ora. Tēnā koutou ahiahi Māori councillors and participants in this meeting. My name is Bridie Loney. My background is in art education, but my extended family were teachers of science. In 2018, I completed a PhD on the history of art and climate change, a history that extends back into the 1960s. In my contextualisation of recent local responses by artists, I was informed by the ORC's excellent research on hazard identification, including the impacts of rising sea levels and weather events, and attended several of the meetings that followed your publication. Sorry, I'm not close enough to the microphone. I thank you for your shared concerns for the environment and the strength of your work in this field. I don't wish to make a long presentation, but to offer my support for your long-term plan, in particular for its commitment to developing resilience in the face of climate change, both in monitoring its effects and in mitigating its impact. While my own rates will be going up noticeably, I must say I am always surprised at how little I have to pay for what the ORC offers. Local government is the front face of environmental impacts. Last year, I was present at a fairly hostile meeting when your chairperson calmly listed the ORC's responsibilities, and I too learned how extensive they are. I think an increase in rates is inevitable, and I support this. I support the long-term plan's focus on public transport. The emissions produced by the use of the private car are significant, as is the space required by the car while it is parked, and the subordination of urban design to its presence. There is a process known as naturalisation, which is the creation of logic and habits that appear inevitable. The use of the car as a private space, almost as a personal office, is the production of the petrochemical industry, and our attachment to the use of the car as status symbol, as a second living room, as much as a method of transport, is similarly a product of the petrochemical industry's manipulation of the consumer. In order for this to happen, public transport was demeaned, treated as if only necessary for those who could not afford to do anything else. Obviously, this is not the case in the major cities of the world. It does not have to be the case here. We need to recognise the value public transport as a public good adds to the cohesion of our community. As I said earlier, the Otago Regional Council has been at the forefront of the research and management of climate change impacts through its engagement with the infrastructure and the management of water and its input into the developing and innovative research that gives us new understandings of the geological structures of around Poti Dunedin. The RC plans to prepare for future needs by dealing with debt sooner. That seems sensible. There will be need. The stability of our climate is disrupted, and we have to plan to meet that future. Thank you.
Questions? Kate?
It's one partly informed for the long-term plan, but mainly for the passenger transport planning that we do. Given your views on the petrochemical industry, would I be right in assuming you're using a tool that gives the greatest benefit on charges to those that use the buses more rather than a bland fee across any use would be something that you would support or not?
I think I agree with the understanding that public transport benefits everybody in the region. So I'm I can pay my rates, although I will be spreading them across the weeks instead of paying them in that sudden shock on the 31st of whichever month it is. But I think the problem with climate change is that its impacts are invisible but pervasive. And yeah.
It's fine. Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Further questions?
Okay.
Excellent. Thank you very much for your time and thanks for making the effort. Much appreciated. Now that has come to the end of our morning block of submitters. We've had one cancellation that will now appear at 3:50. Slight shuffle around the time, so we will now adjourn the session until 1:27. for the afternoon break will be in 315, which is the West Harbour Community Board, pages 55 to 58. Dr. Anderson, thank you.
Kia ora koutou. Dr. Anderson here. I'm presenting on behalf of the West Harbour Community Board, as the chair just said. Thank you very much for hearing our submission. We had formed a position on the protocols proposals that you put forward. First, we'd like to say that we are strongly, as a board, supportive of the ORC's proposed long-term plan review. And particularly, we appreciated the mention of the effective full treaty partners that you had in your preamble there, and we'd like to just record our support for this stance that you're taking there, and wish you well in the endeavours there and hope that that continues. We have several issues to raise. The West Harbour Community Board support proposal 1, investing in the environment, and we supported option 3 there. So the increased, when you go through the numbers, it's a very small amount for overall for rates, and it's actually a huge thing that Otago needs to work on. So we actually didn't go with your preferred option there, but are strongly in support of actually investing in the environment, and also in the public transport for option 1 of proposal 2. Slightly sad that the West Harbour wasn't mentioned, that it was sort of contained just to those hill suburbs, especially with the huge need that we have for public transport along West Harbour, and how easy it is to install public transport along West Harbour with it being a largely linear community. But yeah, we think that's great. And in line with that, we're also happy to support the ORC's rating system changes. We have 2 basic categories that we put our submission into, investing in public transport across West Harbour, and first and foremost, and second, the investing in the environment, both of which are very much in the minds and hearts of the West Harbour residents, and which we hear from on an almost daily basis from the residents, asking us to petition the council, whoever we can petition, and to make their wishes known on these 2 big issues. First, for the public transport, the West Harbour Community Board would like to very much thank the Otago Regional Council for the huge endeavours that they did put in last cruise ship season. It was better than the previous year, and we acknowledge that there is some way to go still, and there's always room for improvement with public transport. It wasn't stress-free for the residents, and it wasn't glitch-free, but it was a marked improvement on the previous year, and we recognise that that was largely due to the ORC's efforts there. And yeah, we just wanted to say thank you very much for those efforts. And the residents are wary of public transport, given the amount of stress and uncertainty there is around taking buses whenever they can. There's a lot of calls along the harbour for an alternative public transport mode, and the obvious one is to have the rail running for the commuter traffic, which would, we think, be quite easy to do if all the various industries and players were to get in a room with some intent to actually solve the issue. It has been done before. There has been, in fact, the very first public rail was from Port Chalmers to Dunedin, so it's very possible, and a lot of the residents are just quite dumbfounded as to why that doesn't happen. And it might take someone like the ORC to take a lead and sort of push all the players into the room on our behalf, perhaps. we're hoping this year that we can get some more timely communication about the public transport in advance of the cruise ship season, so that people aren't stressed and anxious in the run up to the cruise ship season, and they've got plans in place and alternatives if they need them. It is a very, very stressful time for the folk of West Harbour when they rely on public transport, as many of our folk do. There's a whole list in the submission of the various things we think need attention. I'm sure you all have the same list in your list there. I'll leave the public transport, but just to say thank you very much for the efforts that you've put in, and we hope that we can continue along that same path, and whatever West Harbour Community Board can do to help with communication ahead of time, we're helpful if we are given the information I think we'd like to be. Investing in the environment, we've got a couple of particular areas here. The Aranwana ecological area is a big one, and there's a lot of push from the scientific community and from the Aranwana community themselves, particularly with the Long Mac Groin area there. The salt marsh is a human-induced salt marsh in that it doesn't naturally occur. It occurs because the Long Mac Groin was put there. And that was put there a long time ago by the Otago Harbour Board, as it was at the time. Since then, in the sort of 100 years since then, it has produced this massive, nationally recognised ecological area behind it. Because salt marshes tend to be around the edges of the coast and around low-lying port areas, they are few and far between, and that has made this ecological area one, if not the best intact salt meadow of its kind in New Zealand, which is slightly anomalous because it is there only because this human built structure is there. And the Aranwana community obviously feels quite a burden of kaitiaki or a challenge of kaitiaki there, and they understand that there's different ownerships around the spit and the ecological area, but they're basically wanting support from ORC in getting something done before it's too late, and that spit is washed away in a big event, probably a storm event, and the whole of the salt meadow then gets ripped out as well. Pest management, we spoke about this last time as well. There's a lot of sycamore, there's a lot of gorse. It is an area that is tagged in the ORC management plan as an area that has a special interest in ridding it of the pest management, particularly with the cruise ship passengers that being the first thing as they come into Dunedin that they see. It would be nice to control not just the mammalian pests but also the plant pests there, particularly the broom and the sycamore up along Signal Hill, and we're hoping that we can make some movement in that direction. And I think the Halo project and Predator Free are also targeting Aranwana and around West Harbour for their pest removal of possums, and so anything that we can do to really hit that is hard, because of course we are right adjacent to Orokonui Eco Sanctuary and a lot of amazing wildlife along that coast, so whatever we can have helping there. And that's my last point, is the Otago Harbour User Working Group, which we haven't heard anything more about since I was last at this meeting. And we were assured that things were happening at the last meeting, and we would like to know what's happening, and we'd particularly like to ensure that the Otago Harbour User Group that the ORC had put money aside for, I believe there was $150,000 at some time put aside for it. We would like it to be a user group rather than something that is run by the port, as in Port Otago are one of the commercial users of Otago Harbour, And they may even be the biggest user, but they are not the only users. There is a lot of recreational users along there and a lot of small businesses along, and a lot of people who just live alongside Otago Harbour and feel some kaitiaki towards the harbour and would like to have an avenue for that to be heard, and they are feeling very much as though this has been floated around, this notion of an Otago Harbour users group for some time, and we've heard no more of it. So we've come asking for an update. And we'd very much like that update to come from the ORC rather than Port Otago, as Port Otago is, as I said, one of the commercial operators along the harbour.
Andrew.
Thank you, Barbara. Just a query with regards to the cruise ship season, and you know how there's quite a lead in time and discussions around how it's going to run and looking at problem solving, etc. Then they also have a debrief. Is a member of the community board involved in those sessions before and after the cruise ship?
Not before. Sorry. Last year I went along to the debrief meeting. Because our deputy and our chair were unable to go on the time. It wasn't a lot of notice. I wasn't aware if there was a pre-season meeting. I think the debrief that I went to was one run by Port Otago, not the ORC. It wasn't specifically focused on public transport, but I think for me, what we need is the community needs to have the information ahead of time. Like, it's no good me going on Facebook and trying to get the word out that the ORC has got all these plans in place the week of the first cruise. Like, people now are going, okay, so what's happening next year? And nobody wants to hear about plans the day before the first cruise comes in, because everyone's saying, okay, it's not unexpected. And that was this year and it was last year as well, particularly last year, because it was clear it was going to be an absolute mess and everyone knew it and nobody wanted to talk about it. And then...
Yeah, I don't want to pass the buck, but generally those gatherings are initiated by the DCC, obviously with Port Otago involved and the stakeholders. But what you're saying, basically, the board, be good if the board's involved at pre-season and debriefs.
Yeah, I mean, really what we'd like to be is involved as much as possible so that we can keep the residents as informed as possible. And honestly, if you want the West Harbour Community Board to organise a meeting, we can do that. We can book a room and we can invite people along, and you can talk to the people ahead of the cruise ship season. I think that would be a great idea.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you very much.
No feedback on the Otago Harbour user group? Just while I'm here.
We will respond to your submission on that.
Someone to contact you.
Oh, awesome.
Yes, absolutely.
That'd be great. Thank you. Sorry for sounding so grumpy. I'm not really grumpy.
Thank you very much. Submission 187, Sonia Mitchell, page 20 to 24.
Start. Ke ranginuia tū nei ki opportunity nei tina kona. Ki ngā mana whina o te rohi nei ara ko Kaitahu, ko Katimamoi, ko Waitaha, ko Hapu Katoa o Ara Te Uru, tēnā koutou. Kei te mihi te uri nei o Ngāti Toa ki Wairo, no Ngāti Pākehā hoki. Kia koutou, katoa, ko hui hui mai I tēnei rā. So greetings everyone, thank you for having me here today.
My name is Sonia Mitchell. I'm submitting in a personal capacity as a citizen today. And I understand I've got 10 minutes, is that right?
Yes, yeah, we'll give you a wee buzz about 8 minutes to.
Right, thank you.
Yeah, no panic, you just.
Thank you.
get on.
So I haven't done this before for a sort of regional plan, so bear with. And I was triggered by the notice that you sent round and appreciated that publication that ORC puts out, because it made me think, oh, I guess I could do that, or I should do that. Like most people, I don't love public speaking, and I guess the first thing I just urge all of you is to think of all the people who aren't in the room. Where I've done submissions before, that's something I've often asked about, the people who don't have the confidence to pitch up here, the people who can't get away from their jobs or their lives to come to a who like this in the middle of the day. I know lots of them. I know people who are homeless. I know a lot of people in jobs where they just wouldn't get permission. And I'm guessing that you disproportionately hear from small and large business owners who can give themselves the time off to come here, but there's a lot of people who can't. So I just urge you to think of all of those in your decisions too. I'll go to some of the main points. I don't know, do I assume that you've written the submission, or should I talk you through some of the main?
Assume that it's all completely read, and if you're just highlighting the points you want to highlight, it'd be lovely. Thank you.
Okay. I mean, I guess I wanted to start by saying I really support the statements made about having a strong relationship with mana whenua in this rohi, and it's really heartening to see a council that's standing up for that. Yeah, and as a citizen, I'd hope to support you in any way I can. I really support the strongest possible measures in relation to protecting our natural environment. I look around us and I see, I think Otago is an amazingly beautiful place, and I also see a lot of environments that have been degraded over time. And I just urge you as a group, and I see, I think in the plan, a really strong commitment to things like increasing the quality of waterways, to things like air quality, improving soil quality, and I just wanted to offer my support for that. Biodiversity as well, and the obvious statement, there's no economy on a dead planet. We all know it, but sometimes some of us need reminding, I think. I'm keen to see the council take a radical approach to addressing inequality and the extreme cost of housing. And this is where I don't quite know where just the city council and regional council split. But yeah, I've got in there 1/3 of homes in Queenstown sit empty while there's families living in cars. I find that shameful for our region. I find the level of homelessness, the levels of poverty and inequality shameful, and I'm keen to see our council doing everything it can to address not only sort of environmental issues but also social inequality. I think we have a social inequality crisis in New Zealand and in Otago. I'll take a bit three. So things in terms of environment, I support things like giving effect to te mana o te wai, the hierarchy of obligations that identifies being the health of fresh water being first and foremost, because nothing else happens unless you've got that. I support a strong response to climate change. I support things like placing limits on irrigation expansion. I support consents for dairy farms. I support setting minimum flow levels for all rivers and aquifers, lakes and in-stream artificial lakes. I support take limits for all rivers, aquifers, lakes. I support avoiding and phasing out over allocation of water. I support things like clawback where there has been over allocation. I support having restricted consent durations. I support investing in things like wetlands and water bodies and in biodiversity. So I think that's probably enough. And just I have experience of helping plant wetlands in the Nelson area. I've seen the regeneration that's possible where there's commitment and will. And I guess one thing I'd note, and I think it's true of Otago and in most places in New Zealand, is that most environmental work is done by community and volunteer groups, and yet most of the environmental damage is done by business. And Again, I would like to see councils try and redress some of this balance. I would like to see environmental work properly paid for. I would like to see people who are doing valuable environmental work being offered a living wage, rather than it being assumed people will do it because it's the right thing to do. Yeah, I think we should pay more for valuable work that we all benefit from. Just in terms of transport, I love the cycleways in this region. So yeah, I think the work that's been done to develop cycleways, I've seen them improve in the time I've been here. I love the bus, and so I get to work by cycling or by bus. I don't own a car, and I'm quite determined not to own a car. And I don't know if you guys have seen that Danish bus advert about Le Bus, but that's how I think of the bus. And if you haven't seen it, check it out. It does a really beautiful promo of buses based on car adverts, and it's kind of funny and goofy and talks about how cool the bus is. So whenever I see the bus coming, I think Le Bus, and I get really excited. With all that commitment to buses, I find it sometimes a real struggle to rely on the buses. I've seen bus services just dropped at the last minute several times. I've had the experience of the bus just dropping off the screen, as it does. If anyone who uses the bus will know, it just disappears if a bus is more than 10 minutes late, goes off the screen. So you think it's not coming, you walk along the road and then it flies by. So I asked a bus driver about that. Apparently they take them off the screen if they're more than 10 minutes late. So I would like to see the bus service being reliable, efficient. I've had to wait an extra hour for a bus that just got cancelled at the last minute. I'd like to see it planned. I would like to see contingency staffing. I find it unacceptable that we keep hearing things like there's not enough drivers, drivers are sick, drivers will get sick, and there needs to be planning for that. The bus service is an essential service. People like me absolutely rely upon it. It becomes a health and safety issue when you're stuck out at night and you get told your bus isn't coming for another hour. You're in the cold, you're in the dark, you've got a bike, you've got bags of groceries, and you've got no way of getting home. So I've had that experience. I don't know how someone older copes with it at all. I ended up lugging the whole lot up the hill. But those sorts of things, if people have an option to drive, if they have one experience like that, that's probably it. They'll probably stop taking buses because not everyone is as committed to buses as I am. And I guess I'm saying, yeah, that's not an easy commitment to have with the level of service that we have currently. Yeah, that's probably the main things. And I was chatting with a few people on the bus this morning about that. Is that my time for?
You've got a couple of minutes. You're good. Yep.
And other people were all jumping up immediately saying that there was one that said they call the council all the time about the buses getting dropped or a bus not coming, and they've submitted and they haven't seen a change. There were quite a few who raised. So it's one of the most visible services we have. It is so essential. It is wonderful when it works. It's a wonderful system when it works. It's so much less stressful than driving. I love not driving, but it does need to be made reliable if we're going to get more people using it. Yeah, so that's it from me, I think. Thank you for listening.
Any questions?
No.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, go.
Just following up on the buses dropping off, especially towards the end of the day where it's less frequent and just more unsafe for that to be happening. First of all, do you report that when it does happen? Because I've got lots of friends who it does happen to, and then sometimes it happens and we don't hear about it at all, because there are penalties for the bus companies if they do miss those, but often it doesn't get feedback that they have actually missed that. I'm just wondering if the reporting mechanism is
the reporting
easy.
mechanism when we call that number and we talk to someone.
Yeah, or via the transit app or on the website. Are those suitable means? Should there be a different way of doing it, do you think? Or what are the suggestions do you have for,
I mean, the
for what we can do?
first thing I would say is that when I've gone to complain, there's usually been someone around me that's just like, they're not complaining, but they've missed the bus too. Does that make sense? So for every one person that complains, I'd say there's multiple people that don't, right? I have rung that number for the complaints line. It's unclear to me what happens exactly, whether that gets turned into a formal, but the person I've spoken with has been very helpful and lovely, but generally not able to help the fact that the bus has just been dropped and isn't coming. And that included the time when I was basically saying this is kind of a health and safety issue here. I don't actually know how I'm going to get home with my bike, my bags, my groceries, and it's dark and it's cold. So I can't sit here for another hour, but I actually don't know if I can get up the hill like this. And if I was older, sure as heck couldn't have. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm out of time, Elliot. Sorry. Thank you. Yeah. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for taking
Thanks
the
so
time.
much.
Next, we'll move to Mr. David Wilson, submission 376, pages 165 to 166.
Hello, everyone. Another beautiful Dunedin day, eh? So I just start?
Yes, where you go.
Okay, right.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, my name's David Wilson. I farm at Henley on the lower end of the Torrey Plain within the protected area. I used to be on the liaison committee with the regional council before it was disbanded. So I have a lifelong interest in banking and drainage on the lower Torrey. My grandfather was instrumental in setting up the drainage scheme on the Torrey, so it goes back generations rather than than just my farming career. The first thing I had on the list was basically more a question regarding the drainage rate within the protected area. A number of years ago, it was changed to the lower end paying 80%, the upper end paying 20%. Has that been repealed since last time I was here at all, or is it still in place? Was the first question. Does anyone know? Or?
Yeah, but we'll have to come back to you on that, David.
That's right. I'll speak about it anyway.
But you speak about
basically what happened was a number of years ago, the staff put to the council that there was an advantage to the lower end of the drainage scheme with regard to the fact that they at times had water in a flood situation over their farms. So they then decided that it was an advantage to those people greater than the ones at the top end who are also part of the drainage scheme because they didn't have water on their farms. Effectively, all of those examples that were shown to the council at the time were from flood events when water had come from outside of the protected area into that area, which is really a failure of the banking system rather than a failure in the drainage system. And my point here was that the rate should be equal across the whole area because you're basically penalising somebody for the design of the scheme. The drainage scheme basically is completely ring banked, no rivers or streams within. It's just the ORC drainage system that brings the water from the top end to the bottom end. The bottom end has the pumping station, so it's a little bit like a bath with a drain. The top anything that falls in that area has to go down the drainage system and be pumped out. So effectively, by charging the ones at the bottom end 80%, you're saying, well, you know, you're paying for the drainage network for the whole scheme, and yet somehow you've got to pay for 80% of that. So I'm paying 80% of the drainage that gets, you know, ditches that get dug at the top end, and also paying 80% of the pumping costs to get that water out. Now, my view is that if you're part of a drainage scheme, you should be paying a flat rate per hectare to get the advantage of that drainage scheme. So no matter where the water falls, it comes down the drainage system and gets pumped out. So that's my argument with it anyway. Also, it falls outside of the ORC things where rates are collected. They're spent in that area because the rates are collected. You now have two different rating areas within the one thing, one paying 80%, one paying 20%, and effectively the money is being spent over the whole scheme. So if you're going to be rating people in that way, the money needs to be spent in the area where that rate is collected from. And if you do that, then the whole scheme basically doesn't work. So yeah, basically the main areas where the water was coming in was along the Mangatuas, where there was flood events, the water came over the banking system there, and that basically now has been fixed up with the new banks that have been put along there. So hopefully we won't have that same issue again So basically that also removes any advantage that was so-called talked about at the time to those lower ratepayers. So basically what I'm saying is banking costs need to be kept separate from drainage costs. Does that clear? Okay, thank you. The next thing we're talking about, I had an issue around the discussion around the banking system that we have around, and the comment was that some of the banks are now over 100-year old. I noticed the council was taking core samples of banks, which sort of shows a little bit of lack of history, because in my grandfather's day, they basically used horses and scoops, and they scooped out beside the bank and made the bank. And you can see, they used to call them borrow pits, and you can see a lot of those around where there's low spots next to banks. Along State Highway 1, if you're going south on the built-up area, all the way along the left there's a piece that's dug out all the way down. That was what was used to form the original bank. So there was no carting of material very far at all. So core samples in one area gives you very little representation of what other parts of the bank are made of. They're basically just made out of the material that was handiest. So those older banks are a concern, definitely. One of the things I've commented here, that if you're doing banking, you first have to decide what level of flood protection you're going to provide. Is it 1 in 100 year? Is it 1 in 200 year? What is the level of protection? I always say to people, the 1980 flood was the biggest flood at 2,600 cumex plus coming out of Outram. Now, if you know the area, if you go to the Outram Bridge and you stand and look at the level of the bridge and then imagine 2 of those spans floating off, that's what happened in the 1980 flood. So it's a good sort of a thing to get out there at that bridge and have a look and then try to visualise the amount of water that was coming out of that. Now, the drainage scheme held up at that time. And since then, there's been changes. In the 1980s, we looked at it, and the engineers decided that the best way to improve the operation of the river was to improve the banking on the west side, on the drainage, the ponding areas between the river and Mosgiel. And so what that did was that meant that more floodwaters went out over the high tide and raised the level of the water to push more out over high tide and get more water out. And also meant that those 2 ponding areas were kept dry. So if we had a flood in sort of over 1,300 cumex, 1,350, then those areas were dry and they filled up and relieved the pressure. Now, if we're going to have big floods, mega floods in the future, then we have to build a banking system that is going to be resilient for that. And what I'm saying is that we need to think ahead about how we would handle a 2,600 plus, maybe a 3,000 cumex flood. Now, there's several different ways you can do that. One is to stop the water getting there at all in the first place. And an interesting example of that was in it would have been late 90s. The owner of Tyree Lake Station had a plan that he put together with, he was going to put a dam up there that had a 2 cumex power station, and he was going to be the idea was he was going to provide water for irrigation on Middlemarch area, and he was also going to supply some freeboard flood protection. So basically, if there was a big flood, the water would be held up there, and he had wetlands planned and all sorts of things for like keeping the flow of the river to a good standard for recreational fishers, all of those things. But that, unfortunately, that landowner sold out and that whole plan was dumped. But those sort of plans can be, if you can stop the water getting down here for a start, that's a big help. If those plans aren't in place, another one in the 90s that came through was when they did the LIDAR study. They were looking at, one of the engineers was looking at maybe a tunnel or a canal or something like that would divert the water further upstream out to sea. But they were rejected because of difficulty with how you'd fund that, how you would rate it, and also existing landowners and also landowners downstream of that would be affected. So there was a lot of issues around that. It was basically deemed to be not a goer, basically. So if those things don't happen, you have to make the drainage system so it can handle water basically overtopping a bank for a period of time. There is a couple of spillway areas into the protected area that I know of, mostly along the Mangatuas, that relieve pressure. But if you had a catastrophic bank failure anywhere on the Torre River that was going in the protected area, then you'd be looking at probably loss of life and serious damage to things, because we've never had the river coming in a flood situation like that. So it's unknown how that would affect people. So I think probably we need to make, if there's going to be new banking structures done, there needs to be some thought given around where a possible area of overtopping would be best managed. You know, like there are areas away from housing and that would, and you'd have to do a LiDAR study and work out where the water was best suited to go to give that protection. And even if it ran over for 12 hours or 24 hours, that would be preferable than having a catastrophic bank failure. So it's really about design is what I'm talking. The last thing I had on here, was a question around the Waipori Dam. I'm not sure if it even falls into your brief really, but you do have a lot of infrastructure below the dam that would be affected by
We
it.
could take that, I've read that query, we could take that offline and get an answer back to you on that, David.
Okay.
I think rather than answer it here.
Yeah, no, that'd be great. Yeah, just the main question was, if there was a catastrophic failure, where would we go? That was the big one, and that was the big question, because I think that's something that people down there's a lot of new farmers, a lot of young farmers, a lot of people that really wouldn't know what to do if there was a disaster like that. And if the dam was to fail, we need to know that information in advance. Something that could do a wee bit of work on. All right.
Any questions? All comfortable? Thank you, Dave. Thanks for imparting that knowledge. Thanks for the good work your grandfather and those around him did at the time to get all this underway. So
yeah, well, it's a big thing to have that protection, and it's something that we need to protect for the infrastructure that's in there, and some of the best land in the world for dairying, and we need to protect that. And the other point I had in there, I said about the funding of works going forward. In my view, we've got a real risk that the targeted rates and that are going to become unaffordable because of the costs of some of these things going forward. And my view would be that if there was an opportunity for government funding to go alongside of the rating thing, then that would be preferable than borrowing money, because borrowing money just pushes the can down the road, and it might be affordable now, but not affordable in 20 years' time. So I think that's an issue that we sort of have to keep in mind, as well as how we fund the ongoing works that may be required.
perfect. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks. Next, 401 George Reddit, which is page 247 to 256.
All ready?
Yes, we're all set for you, sir.
Well, allow me to introduce myself. I'm George Reddit. I farm in a family partnership just north of Tapanui at foot of the Blue Mountains. We have 4 dairy farms that boundary us, plus another sheep and beef property, plus forestry company Earnsville 1. So I'm very familiar with all types of farming in and around us. We have 5 waterways that run through our farm, all sourced from the Blue Mountains. These were double fenced before it became fashionable to do so. And we deliberately elected not to do a lot of riparian planting, simply because we have quite an intensive drainage system in places, and there's also quite a lot of fall on some of these creeks. Approximately 160 metres and 3 k's, so you work that out, it's quite significant. We also have quite a gorse and broom problem if we don't graze inside those boundary fences along the waterways. So I don't like working a gorse gum. The other problem we have is trying to capture silt. Now we've got 3 silt traps on the farm, which work very effectively. And from time to time, we have to clean them out. Now, I don't know if a consent's required for that or not. Anyone else?
Yeah, we won't discuss it here, but give us a call and we can we can sort that out for you.
Because who wants to pay twice? Pay to get the consent and to pay to have the digger there to clean it out. I've watched with dismay what is happening to many of our waterways. They've been fenced off, can no longer be accessed by anglers and recreational users because of the firstly the willows, some of them have been sprayed, and the 3 times the height of the ceiling, gorse and broom, some of it's just about as high as the ceiling. I used to go fishing in quite a few spots when I was much younger. You can't now access the rivers. Not only the Tomahaka, it's also the Clutha. I've got some photos I've taken to show you. Now the size of willows, you could gorse, broom, elderberry, an old man's beard. Now, to my mind, sheep should be able to access right down the edge of the water. They will keep those banks in a lot better shape than they currently are. Willow trees, they're only fit for chipping, either used to make carbon filter traps, capture water running off some farms that's not quite up to scratch before they go back into major waterways. And the other thing is can't be used for that. They were used for composting, and when they're broken down, put back on farms as a form of fertiliser. Now this is being done overseas and very successfully. Also, in my travels overseas, I've seen sheep grazing in major rivers in Europe, and there's no fencing anywhere apart from stopping them from getting into urban areas. Now, we don't seem to take any practical leads. That's what needs to happen. And sooner or later, what's happening is going to become exorbitant to try and remedy. Also taken part in helping clean up Kelso Township before it was done away with. 3 times I've been over there helping clean out houses and take down chimneys so the houses could be raised. And it was quite a busy time, especially when you're trying to run a farm as well and clean up flood damage on your own property, as well as try and help those whose need was far greater than yours. Now, one of the gripes I really have is that local decision making has been taken away from small rural communities who know what happens. It's gone to be outsourced to other people like the CDC, the OC. And a lot of the time they do not have the experience to know what to do to remedy situations. One example was Kelso got badly flooded and there was dead sheep everywhere, and I mean everywhere. And no one, oh no, we can't touch them. In the finish, Earnsville 1, predecessor in New Zealand Forest Service, brought in a big bulldozer. We just dug a great pit, 2 in fact, and disposed of that dead stock because it was summertime.
When was that?
It was 1978.
Yeah.
And some of the stock has changed. There's more dairy cows, but it's not nice dealing with stock that's been in the flood. And
it's 46 years ago.
Yes, but it still happens.
You're welcome to come and see us.
illustration. Yep.
Yeah, the inaction of river and stream maintenance reflects very badly on you as a body. This proposed oversight in this area. On Saturday afternoon, I was looking at heaps of gravel on the side of the river, which could all be used and used to be used for roading purposes. And part of the Clutha district, part of the Chuapika district. It was streamed and was the basis for many of our roads in West Otago. Now, what are we doing now? We're digging great holes in the ground to extract rock, and this gravel was just piling up. And believe me, it's growing nothing but broom or gorse. Our wider community is an agricultural-based community, and we're either applying water to keep crops going, or we've got quite an intensive mole and tile system to take water away. Just depends where you happen to be located. And we do that to get the best out of the land. No, we farm with sunshine, water, and 6 inches of topsoil. To have constraints thrown at us causes much grief at times, because someone thinks farmers are environmental vandals. The people making these claims often live outside the area and have very much a jaundiced view of what they perceive they should see, and that's, I just look at the Manihira Kia case in point. Your ratepayers are not cash cows, and you need to reprioritise work that you are currently planning that is not truly necessary. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Any questions? Lloyd?
Yeah, thank you, George. Just for context, George has got the best farm in West Otago or close to it. And very
Best
well.
water quality too.
Very well looked after. But my question, George, is in your submission, you talked about we have a proposal around environmental project funding. And I see you've supported up to the higher amount. Can you just talk us through that?
Well, it is important, but it's important in the right place. And if you don't do it, where's the money go? Not carried over for another year.
And Elliot?
Just at the end, you mentioned, reprioritizing stuff that we don't need. Do you have any specific examples?
Well, I'll give you perfect examples. There's a lot of money being spent on riparian planting along a lot of existing waterways, smaller ones. And yeah, it looks great now. You imagine what it's going to look like in 10 years' time when all the grass is growing up, and what happens is the grass falls down over the banks, you get 3 or 4 inches of rain, and that water starts undermining those banks. And that's a fact of life, because we've lived with that and had to deal with it. I'd also like to point out that, yes, it looks very nice at present, but if something goes wrong, how do they get a digger in there to remedy it?
Excellent. Thanks, George. Much appreciated. Thank you.
I've got a few photos here if you want to.
Oh, you can leave them with me and I can drop them back off you.
That will be magic.
Photocopied maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll make sure you get the original page.
We now go to submitter number 362, Mary O'Brien from CCS Disability Action, page 140 to 144, and Mary will be on Zoom.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and councillors. Thank you very much for the opportunity to join the submission process and to join via Zoom today. I also want to make particular note of the council staff who were most helpful in getting this set up, and I had a few changes with our times and things, endlessly patient and helpful. I want to talk mostly about public transport in particular. And the 6-year increase in patronage, in the bus patronage in Dunedin and Queenstown, and the use of the Mosgiel Express bus demonstrates that Otago people will use convenient, regular and accessible public transport when it is available. And we really heartily congratulate the council on these achievements, particularly in the recent times with lockdowns, etc. Public transport has greater benefits than simply allowing an individual to get from A to B on any given day. In the short term, accessible, affordable public transport allows people to travel to employment, essential services, and this contributes to productivity and community wellbeing. In the long term, it contributes to transport mode shift, a reduction in vehicle kilometres travelled, and subsequently reduces transport emissions, which are a key contributor to climate change. We fully endorse the council's decision to continue funding the free bus fares for children aged 5 to 12 years and half-price concessions for community service card holders and total mobility card holders until the end of the financial year. This will allow some of the most vulnerable members of our community to access essential services that will contribute to their wellbeing. And we fully recommend that the council continue to fund this. And we also fully support the council's proposed ongoing investment in public transport in Queenstown and Dunedin. We acknowledge that this transport investment will need to be funded locally. However, this is a time when you need to take the long-term view and support these decisions that will contribute to long-term community wellbeing and reduction in climate change. I also want to comment on the Waitaki on-demand bus service trial. We totally and utterly support this trial. There is an absolute need for such a service in Oamaru. The local community are aware of the success of the MyWay trial in Timaru, and they really want one, a service like this, as you well know. And I'm very certain that they will engage with the council and make it a success. It's interesting, I've just been reading the evaluation, the first evaluation of the MyWay trial in Oamaru. And two things that were key to me was one, that behaviour change was a key part of the success of the trial. And I think you've got a population in Oamaru that are really willing to engage. Another interesting piece of anecdotal feedback from the end of the very first trial from someone involved in that in an official capacity was that they reported to me that people were doing things that they never used to do. And I just want to ask you to pause for a minute and think what they might be. It wasn't going out for a meal or going to the movies or anything like that. It was simply visiting family and friends. And these are members of our community who don't have access to cars, and the previous public transport didn't work for them. We have CCS Disability Action has a wide network in Oamaru, and we would really like to support the council to develop a process such as this. The other proposal that we support fully is the development of community transport, particularly in rural areas. It's interesting to note that the South Island New Zealand Health draft plan identifies that transport to health as a barrier, particularly in rural areas. Community transport trusts that are supported and funded by regional councils in a variety of different ways help to make it possible for people to access healthcare, and we fully support these. And once again, we're really strongly advocating for such a service in Oamaru. You know, we hear people that are paying $250 to $300 to travel from Oamaru to Dunedin to reach a health appointment, simply because they don't have access to a car and they're dependent on some form of taxi transport. So that's just basically what I want to say. We strongly support your proposals for those items that we've just mentioned. We have the facilities and the abilities to promote these to the local communities, and we would really like to work with you to develop these things. And just again, just to reiterate, we've got short-term benefits, but then there's also the long-term benefits, and the key one is with public transport is community wellbeing. Investing in community transport and public transport is value for money, and when people can travel around as they want to and reach services as they desire and need, then it will increase productivity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Any questions? Kate?
Oh, thank you, Mary. You talked about a review of the My Way trial in Timaru, I think. I can't find it online. Would you be able to send that through? Or
oh, yes, I would be pleased to. Yes, it's the 2021 review that was just forwarded to me recently. Really quite informative and encouraging. And some specific things about My Way that was successful.
Great, thank you.
Mary, thank you very much for your time and thanks for the good work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good luck with your deliberations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Geraldine's on the restaurant.
I'll do that right now.
Wonderful. Here.
Yep. So we're just going to move to Dunedin Area Citizens Association submission 344, page 74 to 82. Yeah, no, you're all set to go.
All
Good
set to go,
afternoon.
yeah,
And
okay.
10 minutes and we'll give you a wee buzz about 8 just to let you know where we're tracking. Thank you.
Just to introduce ourselves, we're the Dunedin Area Citizens Association. We formerly were Dunedin Ratepayers Association, but that's another story. I'm the deputy chairman. Unfortunately, our chairman wasn't able to be here today, so I've been tasked with the job of giving this submission. So I'll start with investing in our environment. We support option 1, 500k dedicated funding per year for a large-scale environmental projects funded by a targeted rate on districts that participate. A question was given to me earlier: how many projects are they going to limit themselves to? So how many projects would be limited on the 500k? 2, investing in our public transport. We do not support increased funding in Dunedin and the addition of extra services. In an ideal world, this would be desirable, but due to the uncertainty of central government and transport subsidy, we believe a conservative approach should be adapted in Dunedin in terms of option 2. We support a 20% Otago-wide rate for public transport. The 80-20 model seems fair in terms of retaining the status quo in these stringent times and without the prospect of government subsidy. We support a target rate portion of transport rates being on a district-wide basis because local patronage should ideally fund local use. Finally, we support repayment of existing transport deficits over the 5 years. Our rating system. We support all the flood protection scheme areas paying 80% targeted rates and 20% Otago-wide general rates. We support all the drainage scheme areas paying 90% targeted rates and 10% Otago-wide general rates. We support the general rate allocation being applied across Otago and also support the reducing the number of benefit zones for flood and drainage targeted areas. In summary, we in Dunedin and Mosgiel have 2 major concerns in drainage control. Given the intense rainfall events that may happen in the future, i.e. the health of the Leith Stream and the Silver Stream, ORC funding should be directed to ongoing management of these waterways with associated flood bank control. Yes, a new catchment management rate should be established and it should be rated across Otago based on capital value. We support a new navigational safety rate to fund harbour and navigational activity rated across Otago based on capital value. We support discontinuing wilding tree rate and using the biosecurity rate to fund support for wild aquifer control groups, but it needs to be explained what the benefits to Dunedin would be. The must-dos. We applaud the efforts of the ORC cooperating with the DCC over climate change effects in South Dunedin from a balanced point of view. Good management of the Leith and Silver Stream is expected by ratepayers. Funding the work. We strongly support the move to expect a greater dividend from Port Otago to offset the general rate. We strongly support the move to targeted rates given the diversity of the Otago region that covers rural and urban areas. In summary, in 2006, the average Dunedin rate was $104.20 per annum. And now in 2024, it is now $395.30 per annum. There has been a significant acceleration in the rates increase since 2018. And we wonder how much more Dunedin ratepayers can absorb given these stringent times. However, we do applaud the move to limit increases to an average of 10% over the life of these long-term plans and support the move to more targeted rates. We would, however, caution about going further into debt given the situation that the DCC finds itself in. We thank you for the opportunity to speak to this submission.
Thank you. Questions? Where else submitted?
Just
Councillor Robertson.
wondering specifically with concerns about management of the Leith. We did a new flood scheme not long ago. Is it the Leith or the Lindsay stream up North East Valley, or what is it that's the problem?
Yeah,
Okay.
it is
Most of the same area.
right. Okay. Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry, and where?
Yeah.
Excuse us while we
No
fight.
worries. Just wondering what the problem was with management of the
However,
Leith.
you're right in bringing up the Lindsay for the simple reason that it is part of, a lot of people consider the Leith network.
Yeah.
So it's the same, it's in the same interpretation.
Councillor Weir.
Just around the public transport, the reason you cited for not supporting was just around central government uncertainty. If that funding support was assured or guaranteed into the future, hypothetically, would that change your mind on that?
I believe so, yes. If there was a subsidy there, I believe so. It's without the subsidy, I think it just puts a lot more pressure on ratepayers to have to try and fund the transport system.
Yes.
Excellent. Any further questions? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll just jump back one slot now to 271 to 272 on page 42 and 44, Geraldine Tate.
I'm only just back from overseas last night.
No, thanks. for coming.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time today. Before you start timing me in my submission, I'd just like to mention I had enormous troubles with your website. It was fabulously comprehensive and there was a lot of information there, and I spent a couple of hours trying to read it and take it in. Whether it was a problem on my laptop, I don't totally think so, but I could only see about a third of a page at a time. And the little wasn't on the side, which is a technical term, when I tried to page up and down, it just made it flick up or down, and then I lost my place. And consequently, I got incredibly frustrated. So my apologies, my submission is appalling, because after my 2.5 hours of diligently trying to be a engaged submitter, I kind of got up and wrote and sent it off. So I don't know, normally that little thing on the side, you can either use your keyboard and go up and down. Wouldn't let me do that.
So it's a tiny little dot, and usually it's a sort of a long thing. I hope you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
What search
engine were you using?
I just went straight into the website. Yeah.
Because that sometimes has an impact.
I've never struck it before. It was a bit.
If we finish this submission here, and I'm sure if we go to.
Yeah, no, I don't know if
have a
anyone
chat.
else has mentioned it, but I
Yeah,
just thought I
perfect.
would apologise because
No,
that's
no
not
problem.
right.
Thank you.
Just to wake you up a little bit, because I'm sure you're hot and been sitting here for hours, I'll say something fairly controversial. I'll start off by saying I've come to talk about buses, and that the aim of the bus service is not to get a bus from point A to point B as quickly and efficiently as you can, but it's actually to take people from where they live or near where they live to where they want to go. And I sometimes think that that's missed, that point is missed. Just change glasses. The brief summary of what I want to talk about today is in relation to the North Coast Bus Service, called it number 1, which runs from Dunedin, Palmerston and back. Currently there are 3 runs per weekday, and this really does not meet the needs of our community, families with teenagers, people working in Dunedin and seniors. And so I've come to ask you to extend that to at least 5 a day. And secondly, most of the service excludes Warrington, and that's very disappointing to those that live out there. Now, I found this on my local Facebook page. It didn't print out properly, but it's 1926. It's a bus, and it ran all the way down Coast Road to Dunedin. Now, that's nearly 100 years ago. So it included Seacliff and Warrington. And I said a bit retrograde that we are currently, apart from very recently 2 buses a day coming to Warrington, completely excluded. If you ask me, am I a regular bus user? The answer is not often. But however, I am on our local community board, so I have a mandate to be the sort of person that sticks their nose out and asks other people what they want and need. And so I wrote an article for our local newsletter, for the April newsletter, and also blasted it on a number of local Facebook pages and asked people to get back to me and tell me what they would like. And I heard back from 11 people from Warrington, 15 from Karitani, 2 from Waititi, and several people from Waikouaiti. The majority expressed a need for more buses per day. Obviously, there's a range of views, but a high number wanted another morning bus, and a lot wanted a later afternoon bus rather than before the 6 p.m. and that is. The choice of either an 7 a.m. early bus or one that doesn't get to town until lunchtime is very limiting for people who work part-time or have appointments in the morning. I think there's a strong support for another morning service that would get to town between 9 and 10. Also, the last bus does not leave till after 6. There are people working in town who finish earlier than this or have teenagers who do after-school activities, and they would like a bus that leaves town perhaps around 5 o'clock. And those 2 would be incredibly popular and incredibly helpful to our communities. I did peek at the timetable for Brighton. I know it stops other places on the way, but I do feel they're another outlying village. They have 16 return trips a day. I went, jolly gosh, wouldn't that be good, including a Friday night service. So I think that does provide a contrast with what we've got, 3 returns. We have recently had the weekend service put in, and that has been well received, particularly by families with kids, allowing them a bit of freedom on the weekend. So that's fantastic. And querying people about what they want from the bus service, there were some issues that came up, and I'll briefly run through these quick as I can. Safety concerns. There is still times when the bus is overcrowded, particularly the early morning one and the 3:30 one, and people end up standing. This is not safe when you're going 90 k's an hour on the main road. And also there's no safety belts. Now I notice the intercity buses now offer a safety belt. And I know there's been people in the past that have campaigned for a higher level of safety in school buses. I think it's something we need to consider. Buses do have accidents. There was a lot of people that talked about the lack of actual bus stops, and I'll give the example. There is not a bus stop. That is a pole with a sign on the top of it at Evansdale. And recently a new resident put on Facebook, oh, where do I catch the bus from? The website says Arc. Well, there's actually nowhere to stop outside Arc. It's 100 or so metres further forward. that person was new to the community, didn't know where to go. And although to a certain extent these rural services do let people hail them, if you put a bus stop, then you have to ensure a bus can pull in safely off the main road, and we're talking the main road in a lot of cases. So I think it is worth considering having a few more. Quite a few people talk about the bus running early or late or zooming past and not seeing them. And it is a real issue when there's only 3 buses a day. So if you've missed one, you're really stuffed. In town, it's jolly annoying, but out our way, it's more than that. Allowing for human error and the regular bus driver being away, the weekday service starts in Palmerston at 7 a.m. and it doesn't finish till after 7 p.m. And that's one bus and I believe one driver. I'm not sure if the legality of that, we won't discuss that right now. But if the bus is delayed at any point, like heck, there's a lot more passengers than they expected, or some roadworks or an accident, it puts the whole timetable out all day. So that's an issue. The last bus is often late. It often doesn't get into town till well after 6. And I've seen it hitting Waikouaiti at 7:10, so it surely wasn't making Palmerston at 7 o'clock when it was due to get there. Another issue someone brought up was the lack of heating on the bus. Now, in town, if you're sitting on a bus for 10 minutes, you might get a wee bit cool if it's not heated. But if you're sitting on a bus for well over an hour going to Palmerston in the middle of winter and there's no heating, you're going to be very chilled. And one lady said she stopped using the bus because she was frozen, even if she was quite well, dressed for the occasion. However, I would like to add a positive note. A couple of people mentioned they appreciated the affordable fares. They thought that was fantastic. And one person said they thought you should promote this a bit more because there may be people who are at the point where they're sick of paying huge prices for petrol or where they live or their circumstances have changed and they don't actually realise what a jolly good deal a bus is. So I think that was very nice. And one chap was very worried that I was coming here to say nasty things about the service and the drivers. And we back and forth on Facebook quite a bit. I have actually no intention of saying any nasty things about drivers. And there was absolutely no comments about customer service or reflection on the driver or anything that, so that is not correct. I'm not here to say that. And in fact, I've seen drivers do quite amazingly kind things and I think they know their passengers and that is fabulous. And I certainly am not here. I'm just here to say it's such a good thing. Can we have more of it, please? And going a little bit further. I'd just like to talk about Warrington for a moment. I hope I haven't run out of time. So for a long time, Warrington has been excluded from the bus service. And because of overcrowding, we now do have a bus that picks up passengers at 7:35 outside our local school and takes them to town. Jolly Rogers, that's fantastic. But it only comes back at 3:35 from the hub. So if you work full time or you've got a kid that does, sports after school or something or other, want to go to the library, you can't get home. You have to catch the 6 o'clock bus. And can I tell you that it's a 3K walk from Evansdale. The footpath is in appalling condition. It's overgrown with vegetation. There is no street lighting. And out there, might have been out today, it's been that horrible nasty drizzle that if you go out for 2 minutes, you're soaked. So it's not very attractive. And I think a lot of parents actually don't want to let their kids do that walk. And some parents are able to take their children to school in the morning, but they work full time. So if the kid wants to get home before, whenever the parent happens to be free to go home, they're faced with either dashing down to the school bus at 3:35 or hanging about to the 6 o'clock one. So it is a real dilemma. And that aspect of not having that Warrington connection is quite a problem. So why should Warrington be included? Well, the population has increased considerably. Unfortunately, the data from the latest census doesn't come out for about another week. Otherwise, I could give you some actual figures. But I did do my own little survey. I got a map, printed off a map, and I drove around the village peering at people's, driving up little cul-de-sacs and peering at people's places. And the little orange marks, which you can't really see, show where all the new houses are. So within the last less than 5 years, there have been 34 houses that I could count. There could be more. And then I had another wee look, and I would guess from the last 20 years, about 25 houses have been built. And there's at least 10 sections that have been sold and are in preparation for being built on. Not all of them have quite had the excavations done, but I know some of the, neighbours or whatever. So the population has gone up quite hugely since whenever it was decided to cut Warrington. And I don't actually know when we got cut off the bus service, when the bus stopped rambling down Coast Road. I don't know when that happened. You may know that I hope you do, that the Ministry of Education is doing everything they can to exclude school children off their service. And our service, my daughter who's now in her 30s, I was very lucky that she caught the school bus every morning to high school at 8 o'clock from the railway crossing below my property. And that was fabulous. She went for Otago Girls. She would no longer be eligible. So quite a few schools have been cut off that service, which is quite bizarre, which is why your public service is so much more popular. But the ministry will probably carry on giving haircuts to school services. Sorry, just have we, yes. Myself and another community board member decided to figure out how much time would be involved in including Warrington in the bus service. So we did a wee time trial. We discovered that either driving from Karitani and down through the Coast Road past Seacliff and Warrington, or coming in at Evansdale and going to Warrington and back out, added about 6 minutes in total to the round trip. And if you add a minute or two to pick up passengers, that is not actually a huge addition. Currently, in case you don't know, the bus leaves Palmerston. When it gets to Waikawaiti, it goes down Beach Street, which is quite a long meander from the main road. Then it goes back out again. Then it goes into Karitani and comes back out again. Those are huge deviations, which would take considerably, well, the Karitani one would take more than 6 minutes, I'm guessing. So, if there was a new bus timetable that had 5 runs a day, you would need more than one bus for more than one driver. And this addition of at least Warrington, if not Warrington and Seacliff, would not be so problematic.
Excellent.
So to conclude, I was disappointed to see statements in this plan and in the development plan that was jointly with the DCC that you have no intention of extending your bus services to rural or outlying areas. I often see, controversially, semi-empty buses driving around Dunedin in the middle of the day, but we often have reasonably well patronised buses. I'm asking you, and I hope I've influenced you to consider putting some more buses on for our area.
Excellent. Thank you, Geraldine. Any questions? Richard?
Are there any thoughts to the fare structure for the area as well? The $2 fare has been mentioned earlier today, maybe not in your submission, but asking for further services. But do you think the $2 fare is right price for the area?
Well, it certainly used to be a lot more than that. Yeah, and I'm disappointed that high school children are having to pay. I really like to see all services. We talk about truancy. I think it would be very fair if all services for those that can afford to pay, could pay a little bit more. I know a lot of seniors love using the bus, even though they might have cars. They're quite keen on, and for environmental reasons as well. But yeah, I'm not opposed to the cost of the service being spread more, that them that work and can afford a little bit more paying more. But I do think school children and the oldies should remain at as affordable price as possible.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Sorry again.
Thanks for taking the time. No, that's good.
Thank you.
Just that this map is being put out for the next presenter, who is submitter 397, Mr. Steve Hill, and that's on page 235 to 237, and Stephen is online on Zoom. We're gonna see a picture about to pop in.
See something he should come.
If you speak, Stephen, you'll become bigger on our screen, apparently. It's the magic of the system.
Understood. Can you hear me?
Yeah, and now I've got you full screen. Thank you.
Not sure that's a good thing or not, but shall I just carry on?
Carry on. Thank you, Stephen.
Well, thank you, council, for the opportunity and for receiving my late submission. I'm talking about the rating charge changes for the Lower Clutha flood and drainage proposals. I live at 1 Sukigawa Terrace in Balclutha. I don't represent anyone else, but I am representative of people in a similar position to myself. Just using that very handy tool that you created, the rates estimator, my current rates are sitting at $360, just over, and under this recommended proposal, it would go to $1,120. That's a $760 increase. I'm not the only one in this position, 211%. Now that's higher in actual dollars than the proposed rates rise for the Clutha district rates movement for my property. And I never thought I'd be, interested in submitting to the regional council on rates rises because, frankly, the amount that I pay for my property has always been significantly less. But this movement is an incredible movement for a residential property. And the point of my submission is that I'm not alone. I'm the first to admit I'm not in any financial distress, but in my street, and for those streets that are affected, there will be many that will be in financial distress based on the size of this type of rise. And why? What is the reason? You are proposing to simplify the various rating zones into two, urban and rural, and I understand that. But your zones have to be accurate, and my submission is that is a problem. I've helpfully tried to show you by a simple map of the anomalies that I'm describing, and I understand that's been passed around. And all that's been done there is just simply taken your live rating maps that you are combining to show for the residential area of Balclutha areas that are not falling into the simplified urban zone, but will remain in the proposed rural zone, just based on the existing planning maps, rating maps. And can you really justify a zone difference between urban and rural zones where you are in a town like Balclutha, an urban environment, and you have residential properties, one side of a street zoned as rural, and properties the other side zoned urban? And my own street is a residential subdivision with the whole street zoned rural under your proposal. My submission would be addressed if you simply updated zone maps. The problem with merging urban 1 to 4 into urban and rural A to F into rural is where your maps aren't up to date, and it carries the error through. So please, the submission would be to fix them. I did some homework while I was sitting waiting to be speaking, and I checked with a few other people, and whilst the map that I've shown you is based on the current zoning, I did check a particular property on the rural side of Wilson Road, 18 Wilson Road, and using the rating estimator, it actually comes back as effectively being rated under the urban zone. So I'm not sure how that's an anomaly as well to be fixed, because I'd like to be clear around what is actually the problem for this. I checked further properties on Keithmore Road to make sure, are they still sitting under the current rural zone? And yes, the ones that I did check on that side of the road are in that. I checked Harvey Terrace, that looks like that's still under rural, being rated under that rating, and certainly Sukigawa I tested as well. So I just think there's a couple of things there around how that's working, and certainly would be asking that the urban areas, clear urban residential areas in Balclutha be included in the urban zone, even where they currently might sit under your current rating maps as a rural zone. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Steve. Questions? Kate Wilson,
just checking, I think I've got it right, but your property is up on a hill.
Yes, yes, Sokigawa Terrace is on a hill.
And I presume you're sitting in a building that's not far away from your house that presumably equally has a substantial rates rise for the council building would be substantially rate increase as well.
I can tell you I have not checked this property for that.
Okay.
I was just looking at my own.
I think perhaps you may want to just understand the effect on the ratepayer. General. Oh.
Further questions? Elliot?
Oh.
Yeah, can be. All right, my mic's died. If you can hear me, all right. Just wanted to make sure that those concerns around that flood scheme changes were just around the maps being up to date and accurate. And that if that was the case, you didn't have any further concerns with the flood scheme rating changes that are proposed?
Well, I mean, I'm not making an argument about that. I do find it interesting that, you know, the urban zone properties, some properties will have a reduction. I looked at a property down in the flat near the flood barrier, and they were getting a reduction in rates and so yes, I could have made an argument around how you were structuring and what you were intending to do with merging these zones, but I felt that would get into a whole different argument of complexity about what you know, the nexus of how you're attributing these costs or apportioning these costs. And I thought I would just keep it simple to purely how you're intending rural and urban mergings and applying it simply to anomalies sitting with the Balclutha residential area. So I kept off any argument about that.
Councillor Scott?
Yeah, I mean, your key point simply is you want the zone maps updated. Yep.
Yes, please.
Yep, no, that's fine. I'm feeling a little bit guilty actually because the previous submitter talked about 1978. Well, in 1978, I delivered the Clutha leader to about all the streets that you've identified. So maybe it's my fault.
Councillor Kelleher?
John Green as well.
Just talk with an outside voice.
Steve, you've highlighted a couple of red areas you think should be included, but there looks to be some urban areas above the yellow line at the top of the map. Should they be included too, or are they deliberately excluded?
No, I have to admit that I was not intending to submit, and so I did this at the last minute. And I didn't do a thorough, I haven't done a thorough investigation. I think my point would be, I would ask you to do a thorough investigation if you're looking to amend maps, rather than me, which I was just trying to use your own rating maps at the moment to make a point. So please, it was to make a helpful point, not to be the authoritative point.
Right, okay, that's cool. Thank you.
Any further questions? Steve, thanks very much indeed. Thank you for taking the time, putting your submission in, and thanks for joining us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now adjourn. Our next team are due in at from, get this time right, 3:27 onwards.
Excellent.
Thank you.
My hands are on back to the morning.
First.
Where did Lee live?
He never went into the
Well, welcome back, everyone. And as we begin our late afternoon session of our long-term plan not deliberations, consultation and hearings, and we will head south to the town of Balclutha and submit a 189 pages 25 to 27. Craig Gordon. You there, Craig? Here he comes. If you're set, Craig, just start talking. We've got 10 minutes. We'll give you a wee bell about 8 minutes to let you know where we're at. And if you just start talking, you should come live onto our screen.
Yeah, kia ora, everyone. Hey, I won't keep you too long. I'll probably only be about 2 minutes, but so I just call a bit on the top. Just 2 busy days. Just got back in the office, but you probably see the guts of what's in front of you from my submission. So I guess it's just really been a case of the flood banks in the Balclutha area. I know it's something that's been touched on in the past, and there was someone that worked at CDC who did do a little bit of work on it in recent years, where they sort of got to the point of looking at putting something on top of the flood banks, and it ended up being some sort of rubber matting, which wasn't really feasible. But I guess I'm just coming from the angle of putting a metal or a surface on the flood banks and potentially putting some money aside for that in the future for the flood banks around Balclutha. I'm not sure if many of you are familiar with them, but as I've stated in my submission, the benefits for us in Balclutha would be amazing. And obviously, my officers got a direct view of the flood banks, and we often see how much it is utilised. But there are times a year when it's wet, and so from now through the winter where they just aren't utilised the same, and for various reasons, especially with the grass on there and ruts and that sort of thing. So yeah, I guess I just want to reiterate, we'll get the point across that it'd be really good to work with council and CDC and you guys and see what we can actually do. Because I've seen the work that's been done in like the Hawke's Bay in Southland with these cycle trails and in other areas on flood banks. And would like to see something sort of just get the ball rolling here if we can.
Excellent. Questions from Councillor Kate Wilson.
Thank you, and thank you for your patience, because you've been here a few times asking the same thing. Thank you. Can I just check is it just the ones around the township itself, or are you talking about the flood banks right down to Padiangata?
Yeah, sorry. So just talking about the ones around Balclutha.
Yep.
You know, so you've got potentially linking in from, you probably won't be familiar with the rhododendron dell, but that's just up past the Centennial Pole, all the way around to the rec centre. So people could access the new town hall, the CBD, the pool, Mace Park, Centennial Park. Just give a really good option. And then I think, you know, long term, there's the ability to extend that out, get off the flood banks. But I know it's an issue for some people getting to work at Fonterra or Silverfern Farms, which is only a few k's out of town, but you know, it's also linking in the potential for cycle trails out that far as well.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Yep, Councillor Scott.
Yeah, look, to be honest, what are you hoping to do to get put cycle trails on the flood banks? Is that what was said? Yeah. Okay. Well, I know that this council's matter of interest, the engineering department have come out with some type of overall policy direction. So you know there is a contact point for the trail from Dunedin to Waihola. There was some policy direction put out to enable or to discuss cycle trails on flood banks and whether that's of any assistance moving forward.
Do you know, I did speak to a lady about that recently. Do you know when that was, how recent that was put out?
5 months.
Yeah, I think they're waiting for something more recent than that, for that, from a whole or two. They needed to see, yeah, to obviously the engineering aspect of things. I guess I'm just trying to get in front of it so that, to know that, you know, it's something that we want to get going here, if it, you know,
Sounds great.
it can work.
Thank you.
Excellent. Sorry for rushing you, Craig. Thanks very much for your submission. Thanks very much for taking the time. Thank you.
Sure, thanks, team. Cheers.
Staying on Zoom, right? So our next submitter, 379, pages 172 to 183, Chris Ford from Disabled Persons Assembly. Chris, we have you online.
Kia ora koutou. Excuse me. Kia ora koutou. Thank you. Kia ora koutou, ko Chris Ford toka whenua. I'm Policy Advisor, Southern and Central, Disabled Persons Assembly New Zealand. DPA is a paired impairment disabled persons organisation that works on systemic change to realise an equitable society. Chair, councillors, thank you for the opportunity to present DPA submission on the Otago Regional Council's LTP. In the time available, I would like to highlight a few points from our submission. The first concerns transport. As we stated in our submission, we're supportive of the proposals to trial public interregional transport services, mainly bus links in Oamaru, Alexandra, Clyde, Cromwell to Queenstown, Buccleuch to Dunedin, including the airport, and Wanaka. DPA strongly supports trialling public interregional transport services in these communities, which have been significantly underserved to date. Our major recommendation is that the trial services are fully accessible to everyone, including disabled people. This includes putting zero emissions, fully accessible, electrically powered coaches and or mobility vans on the roads for these trials. Another issue is in the public transport space that was not specifically mentioned in the consultation document is total mobility. In our recent submission on the midterm review of the Otago Southern Regional Land Transport Plans, we discussed the unfolding crisis within the total mobility transport space, especially around the lack of mobility vehicles to provide 24/7 services in main centres like Dunedin and Queenstown. One of the principal reasons is the inability of providers who wish to enter the industry not being adequately financially supported to do so in the form of incentives like funding for mobility vehicle conversions. Due to many potential providers lacking the necessary capital to do so, there are an insufficient number of mobility vehicles on the region's roads. Again, we wish to reiterate our recommendation from the review that the Otago Regional Council maximise its contribution over and above the Wakakatahi contribution to the cost of fitting out all new mobility service passenger vehicles for increased funding for this purpose. DPA favours option 1 in terms of improving public transport within the region as the best way to achieve the outcomes we seek. The second issue concerns emergency management and flooding hazards. Flood protection work is important for keeping everyone safe, including disabled people. DPA acknowledges the work that has been done to keep numerous communities throughout the Otago region safe. In the wake of the South Dunedin Future Project, DPA recommends that the Regional Council makes a meaningful investment alongside central government to fund any outcomes stemming from the South Dunedin Future Action Plan due in 2026. A key driver for our support for protection works, including flood banks and better drainage systems, is our desire to avoid homelessness for disabled people due to the dire shortage of accessible homes. Excuse me. Following last year's North Island storms, there were stories about disabled people who could not return to their homes for many months afterwards due to inaccessible housing. DPA supports the proposals outlined in the LTP to increase investment in the flood protection space. Providing an effective emergency management system is important as well. Recent reports have indicated that the North Island storm events of 2023 exposed this country's emergency management systems as having significant shortcomings. DPA recommends that this council allocate additional investment into civil defence and emergency management over the lifespan of this LTP in expectation of the increased number of climate change related and other emergencies. This ends our submission. Chair, councillors, back to you for any questions.
Thank you indeed. Questions, councillors? You've talked about the trials for interregional and improving services, and we talk about total mobility service. Would it be acceptable if that service in the initial stages was not fully disabled accessible, but there was provision for a better total mobility service to take that gap up until the trial was complete?
Excuse me. Well, that would have to be the case, but our preference is for accessible services to be trialled as well. That's our strongest take on it. But I think that if there were a permanent system, definitely there would have to be an accessibility option, but an accessibility option should also be included, and total mobility should be part of that mix.
Excellent, thank you. Any further questions? Thank you very much indeed for your time. Very much appreciated.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Let me hear.
Where are you hitting me next? So we're going to 363, and it was the Simon Parks, page 145 and 146. I haven't got the speakers on. That's all right. And if you just push the wee right button on your, what I meant to do, and then come up red, and you'll all go. Thank you, sir.
Good. Sorry, I couldn't make my earlier appointment. My flight got turned around this morning from Auckland, and I went back to Auckland. So spent 6 hours on a plane today. That's good.
Yeah. Rates too high at the airport or something, wasn't it?
Yes, they were too scared to land. The 29th of May 1953, Sir Edmund Hillary climbed Everest, and the 20th of July 69, man landed on the moon. They were momentous occasions. 24th of May 23, you guys voted unanimously to freeze our Torrey flood and drainage rates and to allow a review to be conducted. So maybe not quite on the same scale for the world, but it was for us, for me and the other farmers on the Torrey that are part of that flood scheme. So yeah, it was a pretty big occasion. So yeah, just really wanted to say thank you, but it did demonstrate a few things, that you recognise the old system was broken and that it needed to be fixed to something that was going to be more affordable and fair to everybody, and which is great. So yeah, a very big thank you for that, because that has been huge. So yes, for those of you who don't know me, or can't remember, I'm Simon Parks on our farm in the Lower Pond, just upstream from Ellington, on the banks of the Taiga River. So yeah, hey, look, it is good to be here and to be able to do a submission for a change that's somewhat positive, as opposed to the 15 or however long years of sort of plugging and slugging away. But yeah, no, it really does feel like we were turning a bit of a corner. So as far as we've conducted, you've completed a review of and what's proposed in the council and what you're wanting to support. So yes, I am supportive of that, but there is more work required. And if I likened it to a game of rugby, I'd say it's half time. And maybe we've deviated a wee bit from the game plan, whereas you have recut the existing rating pie and redistributed the rate take from the existing targeted ratepayers, but which is good, and then like that's great for me too. But it needs to go further to I think we were asking for a full economic assessment of the scheme to identify all the beneficiaries. So at the moment, there are people that probably aren't paying when they should be paying, type thing. Because with all the capex you have planned to spend, you need to be able to make sure that it's affordable and that the people that that spending benefits are the ones that are actually paying for it. So that is my request, that you take it the next step and can take that review further. You've probably heard from others, I dare say, but you look at that sort of widening the scope of things that's happened in the Leith targeted rate on the Leith is now covering us, but the reverse hasn't happened for them on us, type thing. So in terms of fairness, that was a big thing we hit you up for last time. So hey, that would be my request, is that we take that review a step further, and yeah. But I applaud you for what's been done today. The liaison groups, that was part of that commitment you made last year, I believe, when you to establishing a liaison group, or not sure whether it needs to be groups but we still need that. And it still worries me how much money you spend on the assumption that you know what we want. I do feel that maybe some of your, what you would propose might be different if you actually communicated with us more. So please, can we have that established? CapEx spend, I think some of you attended that meeting in Outram at the rugby club. You got a good feel for probably from others that you probably hadn't heard from before on spending and whether maybe it was focused in the right areas. Now I think the contour channel is the classic one. Maybe that's needs to be reviewed, but there's other things as well. Like I've got the Lower Pond gravity gates just below my place. There's $1.5 million budgeted there. It does seem crazy to need to, when you go and visit that structure, it has got some issues undoubtedly, but does 1.5, well, I dare say it allows for some blowouts potentially, but it seems a massive cost for a structure that whatever. Hey, look, I'm not an engineer, but it does seem excessive. So yeah, look, this short and sweet, but look, the main purpose of coming today was to actually thank you for your that rating freeze last year and the review you've done today. And it does feel like we have turned a bit of a corner. Talking to some of you meetings, but like I say, it feels like we're making progress. So thank you.
Thank you. Questions, Councillor Laws, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. You've raised two issues, equity and communications. Let's deal with equity first. Who are the people do you think currently are benefiting from the scheme that are not being appropriately or rated at all?
Well, there is a part of Mosgiel that doesn't pay any rates towards the flood scheme, or the drainage scheme, I should say. They pay for the flood, but then there's the exacerbators, you know, around the fringes and what of the Torrey that have paid before, but well, I say it needs. We're very quickly going to get back to where we are currently if it isn't expanded with the spending that's been proposed. So that review will hopefully make it as big as, well, capture more of those people and then make it, you know, more affordable. You know, hopefully we're not here in 5 years' time doing the same thing again.
And can I ask the second question, which is, in the 2024 rates that you're about to spend, the 24-25 rates that you would have, well, you haven't received them yet, have you? You're only about to. But what did you pay last year for this particular service?
Last year I paid 23,000. It was going to go up by 6,500, but with the rate freeze that didn't occur. And this year my XDR are going down 9,500, I think it is. So it's substantial. Thank you very much. But that is on, you know, that has been passed on to somebody else. But there are others out. You know, mine isn't the biggest type thing. There are people that were, you know, my neighbour, he was paying 85,000.
So that's not just for that's not just your total rates cost, that's your drainage component of your rates. Is that right?
Oh no, that's the total LRC.
Oh, okay.
But
Okay.
the majority of it is the flood and drainage. Right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Weir, then Councillor Scott.
Yeah, just the same question I've been asking. Everyone who's come to sort of talk about the tidy scheme. What does it look like to you in 20, 30, 40, 50, 100 years time? Is it still there in the same way that it is today? Are people still farming on the tidy in the same way?
Well, I imagine so. People still need to eat, so yeah, yeah, you know, well, it's going to need to be affordable, and you know, something. But yeah, I don't imagine it's going to disappear. I don't. Yeah.
We're talking sea level rise.
Councillor Scott, you had a
Sea
question?
level rise, I think that'll be long gone up. Yeah, after me.
My question is, your rate's gone down $9,000. So other landowners will be picking that up.
Yes.
I don't know if we've actually had somebody that's come along and said, you know, a new Tyree ratepayer that we haven't heard from in previous years that says, well, actually, I'm not happy about it. You know, like, are you aware, have you communicated with any of these other landowners that aren't as happy?
Yeah, oh well.
And what are they saying?
Well, there's like, you know,
Well, the rates are going up, I mean.
yeah. One of the guys that a friend has doubled. They've gone up 100% type thing.
From what to what?
Oh, I'm not 100% sure. They might have gone from 15 maybe to 30, possibly. But you know, he's in a part, and he acknowledges he probably should be paid more type thing. But that, you know, that's how imbalanced it was. They were paying next year. But you know, some of those guys were at that meeting at the Outram Rugby Club. You know, they were there. Some of the ones that spoke were some of the ones that, you know.
But what about, like, have you spoken to any lifestyle people that aren't actually necessarily making an income, but now all of a sudden their rates bill might be going up?
No, not really. I don't really know any sort of lifestyles. We don't really have lifestyles around where I am because we're in the pond. So, yeah, need a houseboat if you live where we live. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. Thanks very much for organising your travel arrangements so you could get here.
No worries.
Thanks very much indeed. Thank you.
Solve the world in one day.
Yeah.
City of Rise.
Oh, yeah. Zone, yeah. Oh, yes, this has got, right, we'll now go to submitter 338, pages 67 to 69, Mr. Ardbeckers. Turn them off again. Yeah, just a wee. Sorry?
Just push the button in front of you, the mic.
By the microphone, there's a wee button there and you'll go red and you're in action, sir.
All right. Can I start already? So I'm in a farmer from the Tari. I own land on the east, west, and I also got a lifestyle lot, if you want to ask questions. You
should just stay on.
One on the right-hand side.
Perfect.
You've seen my submissions, I suppose, so I can highlight some parts of it. If you, the first bit is about saying that we have got some IP from thousands of years ago, which is everything is possible. My specific concerns, I highlighted them as well, and the unsustainable rates, as you heard. The drainage of the pond after a flood, that's my concern. It's very easy, you don't actually need an engineer to let water in a pond. It's actually an art to get it out or not getting it, which needs some drain cells. The level of maintenance, I have not written in there because I think it's the cleaning of it's just maintenance, pure maintenance is what probably gets you out of trouble most of the time. But I forgot to put in there, there's a weir in the silver stream. I don't know if you're aware of that. It's actually called Gladfield Road. I don't know who the ownership is of that one. Goes to the silver stream, and I think it's ownership of DCC, but it's purely a weir. That's what causes all the flooding in Mosgiel, because after that weir, there's no extra water coming in. And if you look at the height of the water at Gladfield, it only goes down by the time you get to the silver stream. But by the time you get to the riverside, it's a lot lower. And by the time you get to the Tara River, it's lower again. It's only water coming from the Tara comes back in. But the cubes that it can handle is dictated by the weir at Gladfield Rock. And then the West Tari, I have got the Contour Channel. It's part of the farm, which is a very important part, built 150 years ago by some really innovative people. I think the maintenance is shocking. Yes, you have spent some building some new banks, but if you build banks on a very straight, it's not as critical. I have got a 90-degree bend on my farm with no backing behind it. And the council knows that about 25, 30 years, that that's the weakest point. But you keep repairing banks somewhere else. So I don't know if you have to spend $8 million on making banks. You can actually spend it on where it's critical. The rate charges for land based on the benefit, I think that should be revisited because the rates are unsustainable for farming. Yeah, brought down the liaison group. You can read that one. That's my opinion. And then the big one I wrote. So how can we pay the rates for the leaf as for benefit of all of Otago? And there's nothing for the airport that is benefit the whole of the Tari of Otago. So then I got general rates. I want an independent economic assessment, which we since 2011 have been hammering on it. It has to be independent, I think, and it should be done, which is what's happening now. You'll find out that we might get targeted too much that we can't actually farm anymore shortly. That's the subdivision, as you can read. That's from Mosgiel, and I have got an extra item that came up just recently. The reason the council has allowed, apparently, to let people bike on the contour from the Silver String, which is very nice because we don't own it, so we have got no say in it. But I think these banks are built for the flood, which is good. And then all of a sudden we let bikers there on it. You guys let bikers on it. And that's exactly the problem. I think to have that not paid for is absolutely crucial. They don't pay, the bikes don't pay anything. So we get a presentation that's got $1 million of benefits for Outram. So I would like to have half of that to pay for the banks because they're using the banks. And you guys should really, really work on that really hard, that we get actually the benefits for the infrastructure that's there, that we paid for, flood protection and drainage. But somehow somebody's like avoiding it all of a sudden. And I don't think you have given it enough thought to give that away. I think I hope you haven't given it away, but that's the type of thinking that should be behind it to get those benefits from the things that we built back to the ones that are working in here. So that's a couple of things that I want to highlight. If you've got questions, yeah, you go for it.
Councillor Wilson.
So just taking up that cycleway one, at the moment, I think it's on drainage, we're looking at a 90 to 10% with private and public good and an 80-20 with flood protections. So if there is a cycleway added to them, would you say that that should increase the general rate? And the proportion could change? Because it's not just a public good, it's also people looking at you and it is a change in your enjoyment of your land to a certain extent.
You were at that meeting when they did the presentation and they said $1 million of benefits to the local community and business. So that's what I'm aiming at. So I don't talk in 80-10 or 80-20 and 90-10. If they talk about $2 million of benefits to the local communities, then I, as a farmer, should benefit from that couple of million. So even if I benefit a couple of 100,000, that will reduce our rates by a hell of a lot. So I don't go on percentage. You give us benefits of that tourism that you promote. I will take more than the percentage. I will take whatever they say that we're going to benefit. I'll take just 25-30% of that, just for me.
Yeah, it may equate to the same way.
Councillor Robertson, then Councillor Scott.
I think Councillor Laws asked the previous submitter, but did we understand what the inequities were in the current rating system? I think was pretty much what he asked. And then if we do we need to do a independent assessment? Are there reasons why you're saying that that's a really good step forward? Is it, what are the benefits of the independence? Is it easier to live in a community if we've all agreed together via that method, or because there seems to be quite clear themes of what are the inequities, we seem to know what they are.
No, that's correct. If you do an independent assessment, that's not the secret. The secret is what you're actually going to look at. Because if you have to sell this to people in Mosgiel that say, hey, we don't get a flood, you just have to educate them what we're actually trying to achieve. It's not just like in 2011, you screwed the scrum by saying the beneficiary has to pay. And you all of a sudden lumped us with a 50% raise increase to say, okay, Mosgiel is fully protected, don't need anything, so you pay for all of it. Now, you have to turn that around. And I think to do that is you have to explain what you're actually trying to do. Because the understanding for people that have to pay more will be saying they all agree on it until they have to pay. And that's how you have to educate them, I think so. An independent where you can set the targets and say what you're trying to achieve. And the buy-in, that's how you probably can change it. Coming back to your lifestyle, I have got a lifestyle block and I have to increase there. Am I happy with it? It's only minor compared to what I pay for rates. You heard Simon, I actually done a calculation of my rates. I pay $129,515.80 a year. The new rates that Simon said, thank you for that, I wouldn't say that because it might not be long enough, but the new rate's going to be 92,696. If that's the case, since 2011, I have been paying too much. So get it back for the last 13 years. Don't you? That would be my logic to ask them.
Councillor Scott, you had a question?
Yeah, you said we built the flood banks. Who did you mean by we built? Who's we?
All of us. Like we paid the rates, you built them, but it's just the community built those flood banks for the reason probably that we, let's say the contour channel that we can farm the Tory Plains. That's done by farmers, and then the River Trust built those ones, so people that benefit from it, and then it just ended up in the regional council through mergers. So
I think you'll find there's a lot of community and government input.
He did say that.
Thank you.
He said it was
And
the community.
The community wants access to top of it.
Thank you, Brian.
Yeah.
Any further questions? Elliot, last one.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to drill down on Kate's question a little bit because I'm still not sure what the issue was with cyclists on the flood banks.
oh, there's no issue.
Okay.
There is an issue is that we, at some point in time, we had decided to have banks for flood protection. That's why they built. That's how you assess how you pay for it. And then all of a sudden, you've got another group of beneficiaries that just can come in for free.
Thank you, Art. Much appreciated. Thanks for taking the time. Thanks for the submission.
Thank you, Sam.
Thank you. Back to Don here.
Yeah.
So we go to submitter 319, Mr. Don McKinnon, Wallafield resident, page 59 to 61. Just when you're ready, if you could just push the wee button on the right of that. And that will give you a red light and go. Perfect.
Very good, thank you. Good to be here. Subsequent to the online submission, I've written something a bit more focused on the local issues for Outram. I live in the residential, I'll read it out if that's all right. It's probably
no problem.
Better than me trying to do it. I live in the residential community called Willowfield, 80 Formby Street, Outram. Majority of residents are retired with limited earning capacity to face large cost increases. I admit to not having an in-depth knowledge of the Tory flood protection and drainage schemes, but being an Outram resident, I'm very aware of the need for the integrity of the stock bank beside the town. Despite accepting their associated costs with that stock bank, I'm very concerned at consistent rate increases that seem to provide for a wider vision. From 2016 to 23, my Otago Regional Council rates have increased 135%, going from $458 to $1,074. The 10-year plan proposed estimate 1 is 1,470, which is another 37% increase. To be fair, these increases are simply not sustainable. So I've done a bit more reading of the documentation. It's a 53-page plan, and I've gone through several documents that were picked up at one of the meet and greet meetings, which is flood hazard on the Tory Plain. And I tried to piece together the exact areas that you're talking about with lower Tory flood protection. So I'm going to probably quote from that book. What I can see, the largest component is the lower Tory flood levy, which goes from $807 to $979. This applies to new zoning lower Tory flood zone 1, previously described as lower Tory flood protection WF2. I couldn't find any map references in the draft long-term plan to illustrate exactly what area these zones cover, but made the assumption it was something similar to areas 10 and 11 that appear in this publication, Lower Tory Floodway and Tory River Burns. So I'll quote from page 33 of this publication, Flood Hazard on the Torrey Plain in Strathtorrey 2015. The quote is, "These areas consist of the burns that lie between the Torrey River flood banks or downstream of Allenton, between the foothills on the true left bank and the Torrey River flood bank of the true right bank. My understanding of this description includes part of Henley that regularly gets flooded. Because of this, I investigated the rate expectations of a Henley property at 433 Henley Road. Currently paying $241, proposed $449 under estimate 1, which is an 86% rise. However, this is 1% of the capital value, whereas my proposed outcome rate is double that at 2.1. So I ask, why the lesser amount in an area that is flooded regularly? So then, making use of council's tool that breaks down current rates, proposed rates, and with the two estimates, I guess estimate 1 is the Rolls-Royce version, which would mean a greater increase for me, and estimate 2, not quite so onerous, but anyway. So I drilled down into the specific targeted rates. And so adding to the angst about my 37% increase for estimate 1 are the targeted rates for Leaf Flood Zone 2, Dunedin Navigational Safety, and Dunedin Transport. The latter item is particularly galling as we don't have any public transport serving Outram. So again, a question, is it fair to assume that the logic behind these targeted rates is that all Otago people benefit from these sectors, the Leaf, Dunedin Transport, and maybe a couple of other things? If that's the case, then why not a reciprocal levy for Dunedin Central residents towards the Lower Torrey flood protection so they can use the airport and associated roads to get there? A rates search on my previous residence in Dunedin Central in Balmacewen revealed that no such levy, apart from urban Dunedin City targeted rates for the Leaf and river and waterway management. It seems there's no consistency in application of these levies. I'm happy to be educated otherwise. Accordingly, if I have to have a rate increase, my preferred option is estimate 2, which applies an increase of 4.5%. And then Outram residents are particularly interested in when and how investigations will be actioned for the integrity of the Torrey Stop Bank near Outram. The only work that I've observed in the last 10 years was the recent weight blanket earthworks done behind 54 Bell Street and the Aurora substation. The purpose of this is to reduce seepage from the river towards town during flood events. And we hear talk of weak points in the stop bank from people involved with civil defence during the floods. And I'm asking, what program does council have to locate and rectify any weaknesses? Because we are directly affected by these issues, we would rather see our rates directed to our immediate needs rather than distributed to Queenstown and Dunedin transport costs. So that's the end of my written addition to anything I've done online. Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn. Questions, please? Kate?
Can I just your comparison to Henley property and your own, and I may have misheard you, so not judging at all, but a property that does flood, would you expect it to be the fact that it does flood doesn't get the protection, and therefore a property that doesn't flood because of I'm just wondering if that's the difference, and I'm not quite sure if that's what you're saying. Were you saying the one in Henley did flood?
Well, it's got an acknowledged flooding problem. I don't exactly know what remedies or fortifications are in there.
Yeah.
But it seems to me, well, the property values are similar, within 70 grand or so. So they're getting a lower rate. Are they getting less protection?
Well, and that was your question. I wasn't quite sure if that's where you're going.
Yep, I'm happy to be educated here. But,
yeah, but we're not allowed to do that today, but I just wanted to check. I was thinking you were asking, yeah.
Well, yeah, so, okay, do Outram residents get higher rates because of the stop bank?
The question I put to you is, do you flood?
No, and Outram historically hasn't flooded. I think even before that stopping is built. So, yeah, I mean, I've lived there 12 years, so I'm catching up fast.
Yeah, and that's fine.
Mm.
Regrettably, we can't do that today.
Okay.
Any further questions? Thank you very much for bringing this to our attention, and it will be given the due consideration.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Don. There you go. Next, we have submitter 359, Nikita Strabo, 105 to 139.
Thank you.
So when you're ready, so we've got a 10-minute time allocation. We'll give you a wee buzzer at about 8 minutes so you understand where we're at. So thank you. And you can assume that this is your submission has been read.
Cool. Thank you. Thanks for your time today. Kia ora, I'm Nikita. I'm the manager at Dream South Tea. I'm also a resident of South Dunedin. Dream South Tea is a community-led development project in partnership with the Department of Internal Affairs. Our kaupapa is that we work with the South Dunedin community to facilitate community-led projects over a 5-year period. Last year, we conducted a large engagement process with the people of South Dunedin. We went out to the community with 3 questions. What do you love about South Tea? How could it be better for you, your whānau, your friends? And if you could change one thing, what would that be? We received almost 400 postcard responses and spoke with over 120 representatives from over 70 organisations. From the feedback we received, we created a community plan and are working with community members to get the projects done. The feedback we received from the community had clear, consistent themes, regardless of the engagement method used or the community audience we spoke to. One thing that featured strongly was related to accessibility of public transport. The feedback we heard was that the community feels that the bus service on the flat is not frequent enough, is unreliable, or does not service enough of the community. What was of particular note was the feedback from residents living in the surrounding suburbs, such as Musselburgh and Caversham. These residents use South Dunedin as their central hub for shopping, accessing services, and partaking in community activities. They live right next door to South Dunedin, and yet many are faced with taking 2 bus trips to get there. This feedback was provided by those who represent our most vulnerable members of our community, our elderly who are attending a community lunch to have community connection, our neighbour who has mental health challenges and attends a support group that is paramount for their well-being, our whānau living with disability who need access to the area to be able to attend appointments, residents in a local rest home who want to be able to go shopping independently but find it too difficult to get there. These community members that I spoke with told me that they rely on friends and whānau driving them to South Dunedin, or they get transport via community support groups. Navigating the journey to the bus hub and back out to South Dunedin is simply too hard for them to manage. The recent move of MSD from Hillside Road to Te Kaika has been of particular concern to the community, with many aware of the extra challenges this move represents for those who have trouble with transport. While we appreciate that a wheel and spoke model for the bus routes may be more efficient, it is important to ask whether this model allows for equity. South Dunedin and the surrounding suburbs are the most densely populated in Otago. We are more at risk of the effects of climate change. We have higher deprivation, more elderly, more people living with disability and lower car ownership. In short, our people rely on good public transport. Furthermore, we have exciting developments happening in South Dunedin. With the arrival of Kmart and the long-awaited South Dunedin Library, it is reasonable to expect that more people will want to travel to the centre of South Dunedin. South Dunedin is a hub for lower-end retail and access to community groups and services. As the demand for these amenities continues to grow, so too will the demand for bus services that provide better access to the area. With this in mind, we recommend the introduction of a South Dunedin circuit bus route. The suggestion for this bus route has come directly from community feedback. The idea of a loop bus or a circuit bus was raised independently many times from both residents and stakeholders in the area. The South Dunedin circuit route would run in a similar fashion to the Mosgiel East and West circuit routes. Having a circuit route would allow for greater access to the South Dunedin shopping area and would enable residents to have greater access to the other services in the city. Providing South Dunedin with a circuit route would address the need for an equitable service and will enable future-proofing to ensure that the bus service continues to meet the needs of the community in the years to come. If you'd like to read the feedback or our community plan, we're happy to pass those on to you as well. Kia ora.
Thank you, Nikita. Questions, Councillor Somerville?
Tēnā koe, Nikita. Look, you referred to the move of the WINS office to Te Kaika, and I know the services at Te Kaika are expanding. Just wondering if you'd have any further comment on how that has affected the effectiveness of the current bus services and whether your proposed loop will cater for that.
So the proposed loop, we don't have a particular sort of route in mind or roads. It's just the idea of linking in the surrounding suburbs with South Dunedin. So that would go out to Caversham, to Kaika and that hub that's forming out there. A lot of the residents who talk about the move of MSD, away from Hillside Road, they're really aware of how many bus routes currently service that Carville's Corner space. And moving that office location away has made it more difficult for them to get there. And even little things like with it being on the hill, if they get the bus, to South Road and then they have to get up the hill in a wheelchair and that sort of accessibility issues. And whether a loop bus would allow for greater access and mitigate some of those challenges.
Thanks.
Okay.
With questions? Come. Good. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Yes.
Where do you want me to head now?
Match points. He's coming in online.
Right, so we're going to go online now to submitted 207. When you're ready, page 30 to 31, Matt Woods from Destination Queenstown.
Kia ora, can you hear me loud and clear down there?
Got you well, thank you.
Great. Hey, look, thank you guys and ladies for finding this time to fit me in. I realise you've got an incredibly busy day, and I will try and keep this concise because I do have another meeting to pop off to very shortly. And as you're aware, I'm Matt Woods from Destination Queenstown, the CEO here. Destination Queenstown is the regional tourism office responsible for both destination marketing and destination management here in Queenstown. And our role is to position Queenstown in both international and domestic markets and deliver our destination management plan. I would like to just firstly comment around the feedback process in the form. We found it to be very cumbersome and not conducive to giving constructive feedback. A second piece of feedback is I did drop into one of the drop-in sessions, and I appreciate the time and effort of the ORC staff, but found it to be very defensive as opposed to a learning exercise and not as useful as it probably could have been. I would like to then just touch on two pieces of feedback and clarify why we put a no in them. The first piece of feedback is on proposal 1 around investing in the environment. Because of the form with a yes or no, we generally support this, but felt that we could only use a no. And that is not actually how we feel about investing in the environment. We would rather that we do invest in the environment. However, 500,000 in the first option is definitely not enough to be able to make any significant impact. The second option of 1 to 2 million equally doesn't make any impact. And the third option of 2 million still doesn't actually give a lot of impact on the environment. Our concern particularly is actually where these funds are distributed once it's collected. And actually, if we are trying to make some difference, why are we not looking at something larger? Equally, we understand that the proposal references projects relating to water catchment, lake and threatened ecosystems, but there is no specific details around these projects, so we are concerned, and hence the answer to no. I'd like to just point to the fact that we do support funding from the investment on the environment, but the form forced us to say yes or no, hence why we've put a no for the proposals that are put in front of us. Equally, on the feedback proposal investing in Queenstown public transport, we have also answered with a no for much the similar reasons as earlier discussed, that you're forced to either have a yes or a no. You may be aware that Queenstown Lakes, in conjunction with Lake Wanaka Tourism and QLDC, has an ambitious keystone project within the destination management plan that the visitor economy in Queenstown Lakes is carbon zero by 2030. We would encourage anything to decarbonise the public transport here faster, and 2035 is too slow. We'd like to see electrification of all transport sooner than 2035. 2035 is not ambitious enough. We also think retaining the existing ferry service is not sufficient, and it actually needs to be looked at as being a more frequent service and a decarbonised service. There's already plans in place in Queenstown and Marina for widened berths and 2 electric boat charges. I'm surprised we're not looking at other options other than bus transport for moving people around the district. We have a lake that could be used for moving people around. We've also seen significant work on ropeways that could be used for public transport, such as a gondola system from the airport via the Frankton bus hub to town. We'd like this to be considered for public transport as well. So I guess in summary, and as I said, I would be very concise here, is I feel we could actually look at a rates reduction by investing heavily in decarbonisation and electrifying our public transport system faster.
Thank you, Matt. Questions? Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. Just wanted to check the investment, which is a stepping stone for the environment, and the my thinking when we put this in, and it may not be that we articulated or may not be shared view, is that we've certainly had other submissions on it, suggesting that this would be seed funding, which would then need to be potentially equally shared by, gives you something that you may have to get $1 for $1 or $1 for $2 or something like that. In my mind, if this was seen like that as a 2 million over Otago or even just in one district, but then it had to be seed funded and matched with, I know that in your area there's been some businesses that have been very generous with their funding. Would that make it something that's worthwhile, or is that?
Thanks for your question. And I think the answer to investing in the environment is something that we support, but I'm not opposed to it being seed funding either and actually matched, but it needs to be significant. And I think, if I recall, we're looking at replacing Jobs for Nature funding that was there in the past, which was significantly more funding than this. Is this actually enough to make a difference?
Thank you.
Further questions? Elliot?
Is there a number amount for a fund of this type that you'd like to see?
I didn't quite get all the question. Was there another funding model I'd like to see? Is that the question?
Yeah, pretty much.
I think what we would be suggesting is we'd like to see where the funding is going back to within the regions. Is it going back to where it's collected? And actually, what are those specific projects and what are the quantums? So I'm answering your question with a question.
Thank you, Matt. Much appreciated. Thanks for making the time available and putting your submission in. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Getting through our list, we'll now go to submitter 404, page 257 to 265. Mayor Radich, the VCC.
Good afternoon. everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to come and submit. I've just got a few comments. You've presumably seen our submission. So it's just a few things. We've got, well, obviously we address all areas of the plan, environmental, public transport and changes to the rating system. We note with interest the development of the land and water regional plan, plus an updated regional air quality strategy by the ORC, and so we look forward to their successful implementation. We also note with interest the public transport services in Dunedin will be funded through the existing mix of fares and rates. So we'd like some more detail on how that will work in practice, because of course it's expected they are contingent on funding from NZTA, which is yet to be confirmed, and there's obviously changes at central government as far as that funding goes. So one of the contingencies if NZTA doesn't contribute funding. And we'd also like an update on ORC's ongoing plans for the loop bus. I believe there is a report coming at some stage. Flood protection. We note that ORC has applied the LEAF rating to the whole Dunedin district. So we'd like clarification about the area of the city where the airport is located. As the DCC supports a portion of the rating to be allocated for flood protection in that area. So the strategic importance of the airport to the whole of the area is quite significant. And we also like the draft plan to include an assurance that flood protection for East Torrey, West Torrey and the Silver Stream is maintained to capacity. So, you know, we have had concerns expressed from residents about that. Wilding Pines, we'd like some information about how funding to support wilding pine groups will be administered and managed at an operational level if the funding is incorporated into just one rate. And also that wilding pines in eastern coastal Otago be included in the draft plans. And it regards some of our coastal communities such as Long Beach, Osborne and Aramana, we'd like them included in planning and action to address climate change risk, please. And we acknowledge that the ORC is undertaking work focused on both environmental and public transport at a time when central government is proposing changes, including changes to funding and to legislation in both these areas of work. So not necessarily making life easier. However, that's it. Any questions?
Questions for Mayor Radich? Yes, Councillor Methven.
Just a clarification around your thoughts around rating and the airport. What were you actually proposing? Because
well, flood protection from the airport, that be rated over a wide area.
Rest of Dunedin sort of thing.
Yes, I think it's important to the rest of Dunedin. I think that would be fair, and I think that some concern would be expressed by some residents that just the residents close at hand are paying for it, whereas it would be fair to have the wider population help protect that, being quite a significant strategic asset and quite possibly needing to be used in the event of floods.
And in terms of the LEAF flooding, you feel that should be spread out further as well, you know?
Well, I think so. The LEAF is a bit of an issue because whilst it hasn't happened recently, the possibility exists for significant flooding there. And so I think we've been mercifully treated by the rain gods to date, because the possibility exists for the Leaf Lindsay catchment to overtop reasonably easy. So, and there's a lot of general investment in that university area and in that area at the lower Leaf catchment. So I think a contribution from the wider population, I don't know how wide, but would be appropriate.
Thank you.
Councillor McCall, did you have a question?
I know,
Yeah,
couldn't
good.
ask the point, thanks.
Elliot.
Is there public infrastructure that would support public transport operations that you'd be keen for the DCC to commit to and then your plan as that process goes on, whether that's
I think-
bus lanes or things like that?
Well, I think we now have a situation where we are communicating regularly. So we're amenable to such infrastructure. But of course, that needs to be worked out in the forum that we have put up there that we've mutually agreed on. So I think it's good for us to be working together to try and establish the best use of buses that we can manage. We do have some concerns about buses in the future going on the one-way system and stopping outside the new hospital. It doesn't appear like there are plans at present. I think it would be appropriate to have some. Personally, I think it'd be good to have express buses that go from Mosgiel straight one way and turn left to end up at the bus hub. So they maybe go right past the hospital and then turn left. So that to have the fastest possible transition from Mosgiel to the centre of Dunedin, to the bus hub, rather than a more convoluted passage through the streets. Because I think my observation is that people, the greatest use of that bus service is point to point, as far as the express bus is concerned. So having from the one start point to the one finish point will certainly provide an express service.
Thanks. Councillor Laws, you have a question?
Yes, I do. It used to be the position of the Dunedin City Council that they could run Dunedin's buses better than the Otago Regional Council. Is that still the position of the Dunedin City Council?
Well, it might be the position of some members thereof. It's not currently my position. So we haven't had a discussion that pointed a discussion since or during this training. I think there's a lot of work and there's a lot of expertise that I observe within the OSC looking after those buses. So personally, I'm not of a mind to take them over. Thanks all the same. I'm much more about working together, and I do like the forum where we all get in the room and discuss how we can work together to improve the system. And that's my general modus operandi, I would have to say, that get people working together to achieve a common result. And so far, I think that is going well.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Mayor Radich, thank you very much for your submission. Thank you for your support, and we'll consider everything that's been said. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we go to submission 193, which is one of the pages that was distributed to you this morning, which is the Coastal Community Cycle Connection, Emily Cooper. When you're free, when you're ready. Yeah, no problem.
Kia ora koutou. I'm Emily Cooper from the Coastal Communities Cycle Connection Group. We are now a 595 member strong group with a vision to connect the Dunedin communities of Waikato, Karatane and Warrington, Waitati with shared use pathways and to connect these communities to the central city. Today, I'd like to update Council on specific examples of our progress as we get shovel ready and just to give some context for the requests made in my submission. Section 1 update, Waikato to Karatane. We are only $7,000 away from covering the $25,875 cost of the preliminary design for the Waikato River Rail Bridge slip-on. We expect to have the remainder of the funds by next month. The ORC has provided fees-free consent processing for the slip-on, for which we are very grateful. Section 5A update, Waitati to Orokonui Eco Sanctuary. A major landowner has signed an agreement to grant an easement, opening up a route for a connection to Port Chalmers and to Aramoana. And preparations for construction have already begun. And the resource consent application will be lodged with the DCC this week. We support the ORC's new vision and the key focus areas of transport and communities. Specifically, that Otago has an integrated transport system that contributes to the accessibility and connectivity of our community, and that Otago has cohesive and engaged communities that are connected to the environment and each other. But how will you deliver these? We have several ideas and requests. Number one, in the planned work for years 1 to 3 in the draft long-term plans regional land transport program, the council proposes to include a new piece of work, a transport planning, regional public and active transport connectivity strategy. I also understand that the future development strategy must inform long-term plan decisions. The coastal connection is included in the future development strategy as a shared tourist and commuter pathway. Bravo. I'm not sure what the new transport strategy will look like, but including the coastal connection in the work program will accelerate the significant progress already made. When completed, the trail will open up the possibility of regional connection from Dunedin northwards, looking ahead to connecting through to Oamaru, the Alps to Ocean, and fulfilling the vision of an integrated network of walking and cycle trails for Otago. Number 2, we support the concept of the Dunedin Tracks Network Trust for a contestable fund for active transport as part of the regional public and active transport connectivity strategy. Number 3, another option is a targeted rate per area, similar to what is being proposed for public transport. 54,429 Dunedin and Palmerston ratepayers paying $10 per year each for active transport is $500,000. The residents of the North Coast communities are currently unable to access essential services in the neighbouring villages without a vehicle, despite these communities being less than 6 kilometres apart. No footpath exists along State Highway 1. There is a severe lack of transport options. Although Waikato is mentioned in the introduction to the long-term plan as a population hotspot, along with Oamaru and Nosfield, etc., we note that no improvements to the public transport service are planned or being considered for the North Coast to Waikato and Palmerston, despite the targeted public transport rate proposed for these households. Better walking and cycling options would allow connectivity for residents and would help to address this funding imbalance. So please consider our suggestions for fulfilling the new ORC vision for our environment and communities to be healthy and connected. Kia ora. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Any questions? Councillor Scott?
The relationship between the coastal communities connection and the previous semester, the Trails Network, is that their name?
Dunedin Tracks Network Trust?
Yeah, and do you work closely together? And how does it work?
Yeah, so we are one of their 5 current projects.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Elliot?
Are there any opportunities you see in improving public transport for that sort of corridor, whilst you're working on an active transport route Do you see any opportunities to better connect those two and integrate that, and where might those be?
Yeah, look, absolutely, and you know, I could have submitted on a personal note as a resident of Waiheke, kept it to the coastal connection concept, but yeah, there's definitely options there. Obviously, if you can put your bike on a bus or on a train, go all the way out to Waiheke and then cycle back to town, that would be amazing. Yeah, the public transport is severely lacking out that way.
Emily, just like, so this is looking from stage 1 to stage 6, is sort of a $25 million project, which is ambitious, but has, you know, a really good purpose. Just on that part from the Evansdale to Waitaki, what discussions have you had on the form of that connection? What will that actually look like?
Yeah, that we've sort of looked into some options. The costings and the feasibility study are based on a boardwalk, so similar to what you see in the Otago Harbour for that route. Wow. Yeah, because there's not much room between the railway line and the State Highway 1, so you can't really build it in there. So you go out the other way, and yeah, you have to have 6 meters from the centre line of the railway to a trail. So yeah, sort of have to go out that way.
Yeah, so your feasibility is giving you some scoping of that to make that a possibility.
Yeah, that bit's the most expensive part of the entire trail, and we really are relying on Waka Kotahi funding for that part. Yeah.
Excellent, thank you. Any further questions? Thank you, Emily. Thank you very much for your time, and it's an exciting project, and all the very best wishes. Thank you.
Likewise, thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we have another submission there, submission 410, which was also delivered to us today. John Marable from Access for All Otago. It was submitted by Mary O'Brien, and I thought I'd read some of it twice.
You most probably, yeah.
Thanks, John.
Thank you for letting me come and talk, Kelly. The Access for All Otago group is facilitated by Living World Disability Resource Centre. We used to be called Disability Information Service. The Access for All Otago group started about 4 or 5 years ago. It's made up of representatives from various disability organisations like CCS Disability Action, DPA, People First, Blind Citizens, Blind Low Vision New Zealand. And it was really to give members a voice, a collaborative voice. So that's a little bit background where we are. So yeah, Mary O'Brien submitted it on behalf of the group. And so I'll just read through the ad-lib where I can. So the Access for Otago feel that if you added a bullet point to the vision that our environment and communities are healthy and connected, kia uti ki taia, would sort of emphasise the healthy aspect as well in the vision. We support option 2. We believe that it will add more incentive, more transport initiatives. It'll reduce kilometres travelled, and it will also be an increase in reduction of emissions and contribute to the climate change goals. Investing in public transport, option 1, we believe that the increase in public transport will actually alleviate or help with the accessible journey that everyone experiences. So the accessible journey is from the time I get out in the morning to get into my venue, and transport systems is an important part of that. So if the transport system falls down, I can't get to my appointment, work or whatever. So it's an important part of people's life. Fully support the option 1 for the Dunedin public transport investment opportunities, the extra services on popular routes. We feel that providing more transport opportunities again will encourage more people to get out, more social interaction, and also for those people who don't want to drive, or maybe they can't because of old age or other impediments, it gives them that opportunity. Again, we support to improve the bus and ferry services in Queenstown. Again, it's going to give the opportunity for more people who aren't able to get out and about to give the opportunity. Regional bus trials, we've fully support the investigation of regional bus trials in the various areas. One example is Oamaru, they have a lot of trouble getting to appointments and things like that. I understand slightly out of the realm of the ORC, but even people going up north to Timaru, so they're just having a lot of trouble getting to appointments and other meetings. So the recommendation, I think this is already being done well by the ORC staff, as the council continue to consult with the disabled people and really gain an insight into local areas where attention is required. The on-demand transport in Waitaki, again, it's really important that we can get these people out and about. My Way by Metro in Timaru has had really good feedback, and we've heard some people who think it'd be great if we control that in the Oamaru area. And we support the Otago wide rate for public transport. While people use transport locally, they also use it in other parts of the region. And as well as the individual benefits that wellbeing and environmental benefits will be experienced regionally. So that's my version of what Mary's written.
Well done.
Thank you, guys.
She'll be very happy. Questions, Alan?
Yeah, thank you, John. So I wonder if you'd have any comment on the way the targeted portion of the rates that 80% Queenstown and Dunedin are managed. Currently, it's worked out on capital value with a commercial differential, but the proposal in there was to move it to a uniform rate. Would you have any comment on that change one way or the other?
No, they didn't actually. The members didn't sort of discuss that. So sorry for that.
Okay, no problem. Thanks.
Right,
John, how you going? You support a Otago-wide rate for PT, but a lot of Otago doesn't have access to PT. Do you think that's actually? I mean, why do you have that view?
I think the idea is that we're hoping that there will be more increase in transport to areas that are not, and hopefully it will. Everyone will be able to benefit from it.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Noon.
Thanks, John. I don't know whether you had an opportunity to ride any of the electric buses on Unit 3, but my question was, new buses, do they meet the needs from an accessibility perspective? Have you any feedback from members?
Yeah, some positive feedback.
We take any.
It's late in the day, John. It's late in the day.
I had members of the blind citizens, they've used it, they've trialled it, and they said it's really good. There seems to be a little bit more room. I heard one person say it was very good, there was room for their dog, and then another person said there's a bar right there in the way. I hopped on one out at the site just to see accessibility. I thought it was really good. It was lowered down, and the ramp just on the road surface was pretty good to get into. Seating was good. I was just trying to remember. It's always good for someone in a wheelchair to either face forward or back. Back preferably is safer, because if you're sitting sideways, you can lose balance and things like that. There seems to be a lot more room. there was a concern that they are very quiet, of course, being electric, and the fact that the blind sometimes cannot hear the vehicles, any EV vehicles, an issue. Many years ago, when EVs were started, I understood that the manufacturers were going to be talking to the Gran Turismo people, so you could actually program your bus or your EV to sound like a certain vehicle. I did understand that the electric buses, when they get below 35 kilometres an hour, do make a slightly different noise. I haven't heard that, and I was walking along with one of the blind citizens, and I said, now we've got an electric bus right beside us, and it's just pulling away, and she didn't really hear it because of a lot of the other surrounding noise. Yeah, but the fact that they're a little bit smaller, it looks and seems that they can pull into parks a little bit easier. I'm yet to hop on one. I enjoy myself using buses. I think it's a great way to interact with people and contribute to the environment. So I'm looking forward to getting on the EV.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson?
I appreciate that new buses won't necessarily take over from total mobility because there will always be a need, a different sort of need for that. But will it reduce the peak demand for total mobility? And then I presume some people who can't get on a bus at the moment will be able to get onto an EV bus, which I think is more accessible, and therefore will change that. Is that how it will work, or have I got that wrong?
It would be good to think that. The location of the bus stop can be an issue as well. I unfortunately had to use total mobility at times because of injuries and things like that, because I hadn't been able to get on a bus. So sometimes it may be the injury that prevents a person from using a bus. Again, I love trying to push the bus as much as I can because it is a great way. Sometimes it's the education of the disabled person because they feel that sitting on the bus, people are looking at them. My argument to that is, but do not look at other people. And yes, I said, well, it's a human nature thing. It's not a simple answer. It's education of the disabled person to get used to using public transport. And a little bit of my role as an educator, I quite often will try and encourage the disabled person to use the bus because it is a way of being normal, though I don't like using the term normal. The total mobility is a great scheme and there's a lot of people who use it. And unfortunately, more often than not, you're using it, the demand is at school time. So for example, when I had to use total mobility, the taxis, I actually had to be up like 6 o'clock to get the taxi at 7, just so I could get to work on time because there's no buses, no taxis available at that time. Okay. So, it's one of those catch-22s. If I could have used the bus, I could have. Yeah. And also we find that there are more people now with disabilities in the population who, because of their disability, can't drive. So therefore the public transport, if the option is user-friendly and really good, we hopefully will get them using buses more than the taxis.
Thank you.
I hope that answered your question.
No, does it? I mean, no, adds to my questions, but it's got
yeah.
in a good way.
John, look, thanks for it. Just one question on total mobility service. So with buses slowly evolving to a more to a better vehicle, in that interim gap, what your group covers Otago, where do you see the biggest need for more total mobility services, and where what do you see as that we've had some submissions on? What do you see as that greatest barrier, and is there options where we could help?
I think my mind's ticking over here.
Yeah.
Definitely around Central Way. I think Balclutha have just got a provider, but a lot of these sort of more central areas are struggling to get providers. Unfortunately, it's out of your control, but the cost of converting vans is very expensive. As a user, sometimes of vans, if the van's getting old, the ride is not that great, and then you have the person thinking, well, it's going to cost quite a bit to convert. So there's a few little things there if there was a way that we can reduce the cost to get the vans converted, it'd be great. Sometimes as a user, the inconvenience of having, and this is because it's a low volume vehicle, you know, you have to be secured down and things like that. And that's why I sometimes say to people, you don't have to worry about that. If you use a bus, you can just wheel straight on, you're there. But I think, yeah, definitely the central areas need more providers.
Good job. Thank you very much. Hey, thanks very much for your time.
Thank you.
And, well done, Mary. She's done a very good job.
She owes me one.
Yeah, and thank you,
guys.
thanks
Good
very
seeing
much.
you. Thanks a lot.
And if councillors could just sit for a tad, we're just going to have a wee bit of a quick summary about our next steps. And so if you could stay on line, Councillor Laws and Councillor Forbes would be really good. And I'm just going to take about 2 minutes of your time.